Or maybe the mission is to go install a geolocation tag tracker and just subdermal, just put it in them and then get out of there. And
I think the trick is you put the toothbrushes in your butt and you take a picture with your camera.
Sometimes you get lucky and they're doing naked yoga and you can just get it right there without even abducting them. Just boop.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Romy.
Mm-hmm.
Making it easy for aliens.
Yeah.
Or ghosts, whichever.
Spiritual, alien, ghost, metaphysical thing. Skinwalker.
Same things.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. They're all about the butt. It's
yeah. The breeding program.
The butt seems to be important for the aliens.
I mean, it makes sense if Contrarian's saying that they're going more for the semen. So I'm not sure if this is about unloading the prostate or what the butt deal is. Then they don't know how things work.
Well,
sure. We're not chickens. We have dicks. The semen comes out the dick, not out the butt.
Sure. I mean, for entertainment purposes only, hypothetical of sort of hypotheses on what could be going on. It could just be that that's the best way to spoof a drug that'll spoof an abduction. So you get them right there and the puckered up and then it just instantly activates. And now someone's having a little bit of a trip and they're kind of having a screen memory situation. And they're like, oh, it's aliens. And then here's the thing, though. You wake up in the morning, you're like, I think I had an experience. Do you really want to have someone looking down there just to see if anything happened down there? You're not going to mention it. Your lips are sealed. Covert mission a success. No one's going to say anything about it.
Yeah, well, you're over there having it out with Wick, are you? Yeah.
Could aliens procreate in a whole different way? And so they just didn't even know what a butthole was? Or like if they're in the 6D, maybe they don't shit.
Breatharians.
Maybe the first person that they tried to abduct was Kim Jong-un, and they're like, oh, this one doesn't have a butthole. What's going on here?
Well, it's very inefficient to travel so much, and maybe the best way is just IV direct into the veins to get the nutrients that the greys need. And they're large heads, like large brains, but very thin bodies, so they don't have a whole lot of muscle mass. They just need the proteins to go to the brain so they can continue to operate their AI agents and float their spacecraft around.
And play the fiddle like Ben Shapiro.
They're not eating and they can't stop for body breaks.
You guys, I just dawned on me that this is like your members only. And I was like, oh, I never have my shit hooked up. I should just go live. And then it just dawned on me that this is your members only. But I want to shout out to everybody. I hang out with the TEDS like most Tuesday nights, late night. And so if you catch this on Project Cheney tonight, you should go over and you should subscribe to their channel. And then you can do this all the time. It's on Weaving Spiders, right? That this comes on.
And I'm Benjamin Balderson.
And Ben Balderson. So you can subscribe to either of those places. And then I usually hang out with the TEDS late night on Tuesdays. So you guys know if you're catching this on Project Cheney tonight, this is the normal. You just are privy to it now because of my mistake. And I just realized like, oh shit, this is their members only.
Oh,
it's so rude.
It's fine. It's like a free HBO.
We're happy to have the Cheneyites.
Yeah. So just so you guys know what that is.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm not driving.
Well, if you're not driving, I'm not driving.
I know. I kind of love that. I'm like, this just so you guys know, I'm not touching anything.
Secret Society of Good Guys does rock.
The goodest guys. Yeah.
The goodest guys.
Have
I
you
like
made a
it's a
poster yet?
secret society, but it's not so secret. And it's a society, yeah, but you can find it online and it's guys, but really there's just one guy.
There's only one Thomas. Don't doubt him.
Only one Thomas.
It's
He's holding
perfect.
down the fort.
Yeah, it has a lot because you never know what one of us is going to get off on our like weird train of like, so you guys have been thinking about this thought, and Thomas has to keep it like either here or he's like, actually, there's a lot of legs to that. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm always surprised when he gives me legs to run with it.
Still
nice.
reeling from those adrenochrome comments people are leaving on the different chats. People are like, what's going on?
Well, definitely we should at least deport the butt probe aliens. Like if you're on team butt probe, just stay, go to your own place.
Mm-hmm.
You guys need to go. And yeah, Thomas with his adrenochrome made a pretty good splash over in the debate circuit. Everybody's loving him over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. And you guys can find the Uncle Ted Talks on the Weaving Spiders Welcome and over on Ben Balderson's channel. And they do that every Tuesday night as well with Ted Steves from AM Wake Up over on Rumble.
Yeah, Steve during the summer until summer cannot do the late night thing though, because he's got kids, he's got youngins that got to get up for school in the morning. So he can't be up yelling around, and Steve likes to yell.
He gets pissed sometimes. He gets passionate. That's my new favorite word about anything is just like, oh, that person's just a little passionate about this.
He gets passionate about Aunts Gone Wild. Is that what we were calling it? Because we're the Uncle Ted Talks, but we need to talk about the Aunts. Aunts Gone Wild. Aunts After Dark. And the nibblings who've survived being babysat.
Aunties.
Yeah. A lot of them are childless, and they have their fur babies.
Yeah. I think it's generations, we always let whoever the powers that be are decide what these generations, like this is the baby boomers because of this, and this is generation X, and this is generation whatever, and then no one knows, everything just blends together. But really, I think there's like this sect of people that are like a certain age that they just didn't have kids. And I feel like as a species, everything going on, if you were being poisoned from above, you might turn off, like something about you without you even knowing it might be like breeding isn't the best thing. And so much of us, even though everybody is like, well, that's what you're here for. You're just here to breed. That's what you're here for. That's literally the only reason that you're a species. You're just an animal meant here to breed. Maybe it's a little more spiritual than that. And maybe we hit this point of it, like whatever the sect is. I don't think it's a Gen X or a Gen Y I just think there was this age of people that they were like, shit's not right. Like something deeper in them, because it's not even a gay thing. I know so many more of my straight friends decided not to have kids than my lesbian. Like all my lesbian friends have kids. It's great. Like they all were like either with men for a period of time, or you can still get knocked as a woman anytime you want and decide to have kids. It's not
somebody will throw a baby in.
Someone will throw a baby in you. It's really not hard. Everyone wants to put something in that oven. They just don't necessarily want to pay for it. So
human children, right? Human children, not goats.
I mean, I really think it's hard pressed for women to not get sex if they want sex. Like you can kind of really be you can be a 3 chick and still get laid if you want. Like
easy.
There's still
any night of the week. Any
6
night of the
guy
week.
that'll have enough beers, like
he might not brag about it in the morning. He might not do it a second time, but he will do it that once for sure.
A 3.0 GPA is pretty good. That'll get you a diploma.
See, I think it was the latchkey kid generation. We were over sexualized because we had nobody watching us. And then the next generation went a little nuttier with it. And then at some point in time, they were like, no, we don't want to have kids when we're 12. Now we don't want to wait till we're 40 to have kids. Like, it's shocking to me how many people I know that in their 40s and 50s are having kids. And I'm like, Christy and I had the grandsons out here for about 6 months. We're still tired from that. And it was like 3 years ago.
You know, I always want to say like, oh, these kids stopped having, but I actually think the boomers stopped. I think it's better to be a young parent. And
oh yeah,
me personally, I know I would be a better parent right now than if you had 25-year-old me. Like the amount of patience I have and the amount of like time I'm willing to give. But energy wise, oofta. When I see young parents with their kids and I see the difference, or even my sister, she had like 3 kids in her younger days and then 2 in her a little older. And she's just like, young me, I made everything they needed for every PTA, for I picked them up and dropped them off. Old me, she's like, I don't get out of the car at their cheerleading meets. She's like such a different person. But I don't know. I think grandparents stopped helping. Like the boomers weren't there. Like their parents were there for them. Like I never not was at my grandparents' house. My mom did, but my mom worked full time. Neither of my grandmas did. And so I want to give her that kind of like, shit, dude, she was tired. She didn't have it. Like both my grandmas were just home all day, every day. They never worked. And so like my mom never not worked. So just now she's at the stage where like my mom's been retired for like 5 years, that she wants to be around her granddaughters and her great granddaughter, where she never wanted to do that. She just was tired. She still was like, I need my weekend. But
yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's like when I was a kid, I knew my great grandparents very closely. I had relationships with them. And now, and it's, you know, because I was a young parent, my daughter was a young parent, my mom was a young parent. Like literally my oldest grandson is only like 3 or 4 years away from the age where we had kids. I could be a great grandparent in like 3 years.
yeah.
Like that shit's nuts, but it's great on the same token because I have an excellent relationship with my grandkids. Like I've a couple of, like I said, a couple of the grandkids have stayed with Christy and I for very extended periods of time. My granddaughter, she's hilarious. My youngest granddaughter, she thinks that her mom and literally there was like a 6-month period where we had to convince her that I was her mom's dad because she just thought I was her grandpa, and her mom called just so I could talk to her. She literally just takes the phone and goes off in her bedroom, and then and then we sit there, and it's hilarious because I do it on the computer, so it's all visual also. And so she shows us all of her shoes and all of her little toys and whatever else just strikes her fancy. And fucking she's just a little card. But we get to, you know, spend, and I'm still young enough to do things with my grandkids, like play around and run around with them. And yeah, it definitely wears me out, but it's of course I'm a grandparent, so I don't got to do it every day. So
I feel like something about us is being better grandparents. Like my sister's older than I am. And so like watching her go through, like she is a grandma like we had, not like the boomers that are like, I don't even like that big chunk of those generations they put on, but not like our mom was. Like she has more time. But my sister, even how everybody like it's cool to be trad wife. My sister never not. That was just called wife. It's like the same way as when dads say, oh, gotta babysit today. You mean take care of your children? It's not babysitting. They're yours. It's the exact same. It's like the equivalent of that. So,
family time.
Yeah.
Quality time.
The nuclear family is such a psyop. The nuclear family, even one, nuclear isn't real the way they tell us, but two, it was just a way of segregating your immediate household away from all the other family. And so you were like, oh, you have to have this loan all the way out here. And the house wasn't big enough like all the old houses where they were built in levels and two kitchens sometimes and big laundry rooms. They weren't built big enough to hold if your grandparents came to live there. And if the aunt and uncle and so-and-so passed away, guess what? We're getting Aunt so-and-so and all her kids. And this is just what is because we're family. Like that nuclear family of everything being small and suburban and garage and bank debt and whatever, it made it so we couldn't take care of each other. But if we were before a nuclear family, being a young parent would have been where it was at, because you had the body to. The reason you were a grandparent, you were a little older. It was easier for you to tool after the kid. Why the parents were out there working in the field and shit still.
Yeah.
It was like it worked for the whole. So I don't know. Makes
like
me
that's one of
we
the
need
things
to go back, but farther back than people think.
I 100% agree. Like part of the reason I have such a close relationship with like my oldest grandson, my daughter and her husband had just got, they were a young couple and had a kid, so over the weekends, so that way they would have couple time. I would take, every Friday for like the first 3 years of his life, every Friday they would drop him off and come pick him up on Sunday evening. And they got a couple days alone, without a kid to have an actual relationship with themselves. And I got to develop my relationship with my grandson. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it does seem cute hanging out with your grandpa. I feel like, I don't know, my grandpa taught me how to use a knife and like thread a fishing pole and how to paddle a canoe, like how to drive a truck. Like my grandpa had taught me how to ride a horse. Like, I don't know. I felt like grandpas were made for different stuff than like dads.
See, like this is
Yeah.
and me, my grandson.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, that's why I keep
And you
on
were like, now get down. I got the cat to get in my lap. That's not your spot. This is for the cat.
This is the cat spot. Is that your spot, Turkey?
All the cats.
And I wonder sometimes if like we were all in a house, like me and my siblings and stuff, like old school. If my sister had 5 kids, I probably would have just helped her take care of the kids. Like it would have just been very normal that she was having enough wombs for our family. She was doing the womb work. Like it was fine. We didn't need more wombs.
See, I was thinking of this the other day, and I was thinking this is part of why we've lost some of our generational stuff. Like I said, I legitimately knew my great grandparents. Like they were born in the 1800s. And so the stories I was hearing, like my great grandma Beth, it was very cool. We didn't have a house like Cheney was explaining where we could live together, but we actually, for a couple of years, lived in a fourplex that my grandma Beth was in, and I'd just go up and hang out with my grandma Beth. And she told stories like she bought a Model T right off the line, brand new. On the way home, the fucking tire fell off of it. This flat fell off. She never drove again. Like, yeah, and she's telling me this story in the 80s, wow. And I'm like, Grandma, that's not how cars are made anymore.
No, they're still doing that down at Ford.
Yeah, but yeah, you got different stories from different generations. Like my grandma watched Haley's Comet a couple different times and lived through the dirty 30s and the roaring 20s and all those things. And I got to hear those stories and talk to her and spend time and get some of her values. Like she taught me how to play Scrabble and backgammon, and we'd sit and play that, and she'd make me rhubarb out of anything. And that today's generations where these people aren't having kids till their 40s or 50s, well, that means if their kid's not having a kid till their 40s or 50s, you only ever knew one generation. You don't even know your grandparents, much less your great grandparents. And if I live to be a healthy age and my grandkids have kids young like their parents did and I did and my parents did, I could be a great great grandpa and still be fairly active in my kids' in their lives. And
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
I
I'd
think
be
it's
like,
cool.
I
We're playing
remember
pickleball.
before internet and cable TV.
I mean, it is wild how young girls start having their period. Like, it is wild in the whole grand scheme of lines that we draw in the sand everywhere. Like, it is a
Yeah.
pretty crazy biological, like, I know most girls would be like, I wish I didn't start that thing until later. Like, most girls would choose, like, if you could choose the 20 years that you could start having your period and have to worry about pregnancy. That
Right.
would be fantastic. 30 years, whatever. 30 years, I guess. Your 30-year window. That's so crazy. Your 30-year window that you can fractal out.
That is wild, right? And that you're born with exactly as many eggs as you're ever going to have. Like, it's not like guys where you're consistently refilling the vault. You whatever you had to start out with, that's what you got.
Yeah.
That's what you're working with.
Yeah, like
You
every
could
3
be
months.
exposed to something as a little girl and have it affect your eggs.
Worse than that, your mother, because in utero, as we all grow in utero, that's when our eggs grow with us. So anything that they injected your mom with, or anything she ate, or poison they put on her, as you were growing in utero, your eggs, everything is there. All the DNA that makes them is there. So your mom can be affected, and all of us are inside that egg sac in utero. So it's not even just a girl thing. It's like all of us and our grandmas can just be affected by.
Wow. Yeah.
Where I'm from, there's a ton of girls in my particular generation that have this they got this cancer and this spot in a tumor in their brain, and it affects the flow of spinal fluid between their brain and their spine. And that same thing, so they have to get that stent, a brain stent, that or shunt that allows fluid to travel back and forth between, so it doesn't build up in their head, because it builds up, every single one of them, it builds up in their head, and then they get headaches and dizzy and shit, and it's because they've got so much pressure on their brain. And I'm from a tiny area. The town that I'm actually originally from is Claremont, South Dakota, which when I was born was like 90 people. It's right around that right now even. And just in my family, my sister has it, my first cousin Keisha has it. There's like 6 other girls around the town. What, honey? My ex-wife has it. I forgot about her. Yeah.
She knows everything about her by heart, because that's how we women roll.
No, Christy's not jealous. Christy is a naturally
Not jealousy,
person, but she's naturally a friendly person and tried to get along with Diane. But my ex-wife is not a good person, and she's a real bad person. It was my high school sweetheart. It's not like I was smart and made good choices. The high school class I went to had like 24 kids, like 14 or 15 of them were boys. So, and of the girls left, I was related to half of the half left. Yeah, of the half of that was left, the half of those are unattractive. So of the 2 girls that were left, I got one of them. Like, it's not like I was making solid choices.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But yeah, she's not a nice person. She's pretty nasty. She's a pretty nasty piece of work. It is what it is.
Yeah. Somebody said vax damage, and I wonder, even it doesn't, I can affect a man by injecting him with whatever, or chemtrailing him or whatever. But like Ben said, every like 3 months, every 74 days or whatever the exact time is, sperm regenerates. So it doesn't affect his offspring necessarily by something I do to him today. But if a woman, if I give her like an HPV shot, that affects her grandchildren. Like that's the crazy part. Like it's such a better investment if I'm Dr. Evil to
Right.
go after the woman.
Yeah. And back then, the time period I'm particularly talking about anyways, South Dakota was very behind in the vaccines. Like I remember the vaccine, you used to actually carry your vaccine card into school with you, and we only had 2 vaccines plus the one that they make the little bubble under your skin. The lung thing. What's it called?
Meningitis or measles, mumps,
Tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis. Yeah, they do the TB test, and then you had to have 2 vaccines. They weren't a big thing back then. But the vaccines we did get, one of them killed my sister, and I was vaccine damaged when I was young, but it wasn't the whole brain thing. I had childhood asthma from it real
That's
bad.
what I was going to ask you if your asthma was from vaccine injury.
For sure. And then I outgrew it. When I got older.
It's so interesting that so many kids are allergic to bees, and they're like, you might outgrow it. It makes me wonder if the same way bee stings supposedly help Lyme disease, they say like a lot of times things are so parasitic, and a lot of stuff with bee venom is so anti-parasitic, antimicrobial, antibacterial, all this stuff. So you almost wonder if that kid's not allergic to bees at all. That's their body trying to expel the vaccine. And so that's why they're like, you're going to outgrow it because the vaccine slowly gets less powerful, as you have it. So it's like, it just, there's something about it that makes sense in my head that bee venom would want that shit out. And that's why anaphylactic shock, like everything wants to close down, which seems to be all the exact same symptoms of all these things over and over again. Is like everything just wants to shut down from the center. And so I'm like, I don't know.
Makes
like
sense.
These things probably are some kind of magic for us as humans, and that's why we had them on so much art.
That's an interesting thought line.
Like we always think of just the honey, but they probably do.
Well, no, because they say that beekeepers don't get arthritis because of the bees stinging. That stops arthritis and shit, and it stops the inflammation and whatnot. And I can't believe that you knew that you actually have heard of Claremont, Renee. Like that is fucking crazy. It's from the tiniest little area.
Mm-hmm. Well, the beekeepers are making the honey with the local pollinators, and it's good medicine.
Yeah.
I want to get bees so bad, but I live in a very foggy area, and bees do not like fog. Yeah, you got to let loose sometimes, truther. If you just go with the rabbit holes all the time, you end up fucking losing your mind. You got to laugh. Because at the end of the day, half of these things that we dig through, what the fuck you going to do about it?
That's why I always like to take it to another level of weird. People are like, oh, the water in all of the data centers, and it's the new water thing. And Aaron Brockovich, the psyop of Aaron Brockovich, is out fighting for the cause again, which people are like, Cheney, why would you say that? Julia Roberts. And I'm like, no, because Hollywood wants us to know about this. And what I know about Aaron Brockovich is Tom Girardi is the attorney that actually did all the stuff, and he stole all the money and lived in Beverly Hills, and his wife became a real housewife. So I just know all this stuff about that really happens, and then they just put an Aaron Brockovich out there to sell you guys all a cover story of what feels good, why all the companies still do this, and the few $100 million that seems like an enormous settlement is nothing for them. They have it into their bottom line. Like it's not even it doesn't even matter in their profit margin. So the data centers, to me, this is what I think's going on. they only have our digital footprint. They only have what they can upload or what we give them. So they're like, what Friends character are you? Upload your picture from high school and we'll show you. Put your old pictures in here and we'll do this, because they want before our digital footprint. The computer can only make the prediction from what we've given it up to this point. Some people say that water has memory and that it has like ancient memory, that it remembers everything on the entire planet, that it travels everywhere. And they do all this ritual with water and they put it between mirrors and they baptize people with water. What about if the baptism wasn't about the water touching the baby, but about the baby touching the water? And so if there's actually memory, and what about if it's the baby spirit that makes the water holy, instead of the water making the baby holy? And so then that becomes an essence or a spell that the priest can drink. So if there's a memory or if frequencies and tones are really in this water from infinity, then I think the data centers are just there so they can run the water, so they can have memory of before a digital footprint. They want to know everything. And I think the water is the actual memory on the planet. It's the lifeblood of the planet. So I think the data wants to touch it. It's not about dirtying it. It's not about like, it wants to read it. And I think it probably has the technology to read it. And I know that sounds real heady if you're not in this space, but this is how weird I go. So it could pollute your water and give you brain tumors. But that's just the vaccines, your 70 plus vaccines that you shot into your child over the last blank amount of years. Like, that's just your vegetables that you are picking at Walmart right now. That's just the amount of chemicals they have on it. But I'm telling you, it's something bigger than that. And they want to cover it up with this Aaron Brockovich bullshit, and this soft alien disclosure. But there's something more to all of this.
So the actual numbers work out in the big case that she's known for, which was suing PG&E. They got $333 million. The legal
333. What a surprise number!
Yeah, shocking, right? And the legal fees on that were 133.6 million. So Aaron Brockovich got 2.5 million on that herself as the payout. So there were 600 recipients of that. So they got $333,333.33.
A lot of threes. I was going to ask, what's the plural of Brockovich? Is it Brockovich? Brockoviches? Brockovici? You think there's
Brockovite?
Little on the nose. Little on the nose.
I Dream of Jeannie. Bewitched.
Yeah.
And the water thing is astute.
That's our Julia Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
She's the Tom Hanks of women, honestly. I think she has her own ranch right on the border, honestly. This is out of such a dusty old file in my brain, but something about her just hits me. She doesn't hit me like a female Mel Gibson. She hits me like a female Tom Hanks.
Oh.
Yeah, I said it. I'm pulling Julia Roberts out.
You're in the Richard gear now. Keep going.
Dude, like literally Pretty Woman was the most idiotic mindset. Like all these girls today think that they can be hookers with the heart of gold and they're just waiting for their Richard Gere to fucking come sweep them off their feet. And they could have been, just the lowest level of woman, and the highest level of dude's going to be like, yes, I want you. Like that literally is what the fucking that movie is all about. Just absolutely wild. And
she was only a prostitute for like a week, just so you guys know. She didn't beat that shit up yet.
High-end clientele.
There was still some tread left on them tires.
Yeah, so it was like, okay. So crazy.
That's what I'm saying, Chris Meyer. They can work OnlyFans and be as low level as they want, and these super high, wealthy, powerful dudes, that's exactly what they want to take around and show off is the chick who spent her life being in that movie a literal hooker. Like the movie was just stupid. He's going into these fucking places that are just fucking fancy as all hell, and he's got a hooker on his arms. Like that.
I could be wrong, but I feel like he's like he's like not an investment banker. Like he buys companies and breaks them up.
It
Like
breaks them apart. Yeah.
like he's a capital, like he's the worst kind of person.
Yeah.
And he can't even drive what does he have? A LeBaron? What does he drive?
I don't remember what that was. It was some
No,
very
LeBaron.
like a Lotus or something, wasn't it? Like a Lotus or something
It
like
was so
that.
much better if it was a Chrysler LeBaron.
I had a Chrysler LeBaron once. Remember when LeBarons were supposed to be kind of the fucking LeBaron? No, it wasn't the LeBaron. What one? There was a car just like it that fucking what's his name put his stamp on it. Shelby. Carol Shelby put his stamp on some real shitty car like that, like a LeBaron or something like that.
The Taurus?
Shelby.
No, Taurus was a station wagon back then.
The Taurus show was pretty badass.
Are you thinking of a PT Cruiser?
Before the PT Cruiser.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's before PT Cruiser and after PT Cruiser.
PT Cruiser was what in the Midwest anyways, was what every fat single woman that was like 40 got. You're like,
PT Cruiser. I didn't know anyone with PT Cruiser. Oh, one bitch. I knew one country girl. She lived down.
It wasn't their first choice, but I was on the lot. It was economical. It was affordable. It was within the price range.
Oh, it was the Dodge. It was called the Dodge Shelby. And then Chrysler had a car that was like basically the knockoff of it. It was a horrible car for Carol Shelby to put his stamp on it. You're like, oh, just getting paid for shit now, are you? You know, where the original Carol Shelby was like his fucking race team and his designs, and it was badass. Yeah, I wouldn't call those PT Cruisers gay, like I said, because it's always fat middle-aged women that are single that I've ever seen them drive them.
The Saturn. Do you remember?
Yeah,
a different kind of car for a different kind of person. I'm unique. I drive a Saturn.
Well, those Saturns were cool because they kind of were like a bare bones-ish type thing, so they were super cheap compared to the other cars had already started taking off in price, and those Saturns came kind of bare bones. They were almost like a Geo company, you know. You remember
it was like Saturns and Neons.
Yeah
Those are the two kinds of cars I grew up with that were like the high school kid car.
When I was in high school, it was the Grand Prix. All the kids had Bronco 2s or Grand Prix.
Wow. Yeah. Kids in my high school had Subarus, old Subaru wagons.
You went to a lesbian school?
Yeah, all lesbians went there.
Oh, they were so cool.
They were good at softball, though. They were top of the state. Best in the state.
Of the Subaru?
Yeah.
There's a Subaru choir you can join in the community.
Does anybody have a carabiner? I got one. I got one. I got one. I got one.
Pirates of the Carabiner.
Yeah, that's all lesbians on their boat.
It's like the Doomsicle.
Pirates of the Carabiner.
That's so good. It's so good. We could totally make a whole show about it.
Oh, yeah. Great idea.
Carabiners are handy, though.
They're the best. The lesbians who carry the type of lesbian who carry the carabiner, because it's like the same way we were talking about age brackets. They're the same type of lesbian who knows really how to use every tool. Like they're actually the lesbian that you're like, I'll work with that bitch. She knows how to put a deck down. Like, yeah, like you can even tell by the clothes she's wearing. You're like, oh, like her boots aren't for looks. Like you're like, oh, she's got welding burns on her boots. Like, I don't know. There's a different kind of lesbian that actually, and usually she's built a way that it's like, you're like, oh, she could carry a pack up the hill. Like, I don't
pull
know.
That stove out away from the wall.
Yeah, it's a type of lesbian. If you saw her throw a softball, you'd be like, oh, natural athlete. Like you're like, I just seen her throw a softball from first base to like perfect form and the athlete. Like I feel like these new blue-haired big girls, they've really taken away something from what it used to mean to be a lesbian. Like it used to be people would always pick you for the sports team. Like 100% of the time. They were like, first girl I'm picking. Like if it was co-op and they were like, oh, we have to boy girl, fuck. Cheney. but then it became now, if you have the blue hair girl, you're like, she's last getting picked.
Yeah.
You don't want that. That girl don't run.
No, she's just gonna complain about everything the whole fucking time.
Her knees hurt.
Yeah, gonna make it miserable for the rest of us. Nobody's gonna have a fucking good time.
Yeah,
she's miserable. She's gonna make sure the rest of us are too. Like,
yeah, but have you heard about her alopecia? Have you heard about her Crohn's?
You will.
No.
Lupus.
And I have not heard about
Morgellons.
this supposed. I've not heard about this supposed shutdown of power on July.
It's the one that sounds like the thing in the tower.
I have not heard of this, but I do not live off of the power grid, so it doesn't much matter to me.
That sounds like 10 Days of Darkness to me.
I have a hard time seeing it though, because the thing that people don't understand about the power grid is it's not a grid at all. It's a grid by what the grid really means. Please pull this up, Marcus, so we can look at the Wikipedia. Just type in the grid. What the grid is a political position. So they basically have some head of electricity or whatever the fuck you want to call him. And I believe there's like 4 or 5 different areas in the United States. And they basically politically oversee that area. It doesn't really have anything to do with the actual electrical being tied together. So in any area, there could be 4, 5, 6 different suppliers of electricity. And even if it was a singular supplier, things can't tie together the way the idea of an entire electrical grid goes. So wherever your power station is, there's a very limited reach to how far you can run electricity away from it before it starts becoming unmanageable. They send it out in high voltage because there's less voltage drop. But as soon as you start getting away from it, it quickly starts becoming where it's less usable. So, and then on top of that, one thing people don't understand about electricity, whatever's flowing in this direction positively, there's a negative flow that goes in this direction. And that negative flow goes through the neutral. And so, especially in 120, 240 systems, in 3-phase systems, this isn't such a problem. But in 120, 240 systems, you often have an unbalanced system. So it's sending a shit ton of feedback through that neutral. Well, if you add all the houses for a certain distance, that starts compounding on each other, and you'll just end up blowing transformers. So you can't add these together. They have to actually be separate. And like I said, a lot of times it's not even, there's electrical co-ops. Around here, I think there's 3 or 4 different providers. I know the city of Reading, just the city itself, half the city's PG&E and half the city is some other power company. So for them to be able to shut off all the power unilaterally across the United States, the number of people, the number of companies they would have to affect, it's not like it would be 3 or 4 different things. It would be thousands of different companies that they would have to shut down all at the same time.
In Florida during hurricanes, like when they it shuts off in sections, and it's not necessarily because the whole section is damaged. It's because one part of someone's section is damaged, and that starts pulling energy on the sections that don't have enough energy to give out. And if they give out too much energy, they'll pop. And so they start like shutting off parts of the grid so that it doesn't affect the working part of the grid. And then sometimes if the storm's big enough, they're like, if we shut this all down, there's a better opportunity when we turn it back on, we'll have less work to do. So then sometimes like they'll tell us like the storm's getting big in this part, we're probably going to shut your power off around, it'll be like 11:30 p.m. We're going to shut your power off. And sometimes it sucks because the storm will like slow up or, and you're like, the power's off for no reason right now. And it's like 30 minutes an hour, 30 minutes, like no one's lost power yet, but they've turned off your power because you're in some part of the grid that you're like the puzzle piece between two other parts of the grid. I don't know.
Do you have a battery backup for your computer?
I have a Jenny, and then this computer, it's an awesome computer. The battery will not last long once the power goes out on it.
Well, they make a battery backup that you plug your stuff into. So then if you do lose power, then it gives you like 30 minutes to save your files and shut everything down.
This is all off a laptop. It has a few hours on it. It's a gaming laptop. So it's good. And then I have a generator. And then I'll run. I don't have my Beast anymore, my big, huge truck, which was my favorite thing in a hurricane because I had a bunch of stuff I could plug in right to it was like a 90s truck. So I could plug something into the cigarette charger and then plug like anything into it. I could plug an AC unit into this bitch and then just run my car and it'd run into my house. People are like, oh my gosh, Tesla trucks are a generator. I'm like, all cars are. Silly.
What's a power inverter?
Yeah, you just have to get the right plugs and everything is good.
Yeah, when Marcus and I went through that hurricane, fucking everybody else, like I was one of the only people that made it to the actual site where we were supposed to be having the festival because there was downed trees everywhere. And I'm just like, I'm in a giant truck. I'm just like, burn.
Hurricane Helene trying to get to South Carolina.
Well, it's an El Nino year, so which I think is another psyop. Because the whole point of El Nino, they're like, oh, the water's going to be heating up. Why? Because you're shooting it with space lasers? Like, why is it heating up? You're putting a big magnifying glass over it? Like, what? What's happening that this year is going to be a year it heats up? So it just feels like somebody wrote like Southeast Florida, it's been a minute since it's been hit by a hurricane. And that's like my neck of the woods. And so we around the area feel the same way. Like it becomes like an uneasy calm every season that goes by, that there isn't just like a nice cat to rinse away things. So I don't know. It should be an interesting hurricane season. I feel like Katrina could have been an El Nino year or an El Nino. I don't remember.
I know that this year is infinitely hotter and over here drier so far than last year, dude. We actually had there's a huge cannabis shortage and all kinds of things because we had such a cold, wet year last year that and winter came 6 weeks early. And over here, our winter means that it starts raining and doesn't stop. And normally in California, like what Contrarian was saying was that, they always shut off power in California, and they do. But a lot of that's because anytime the wind blows, it's impossible to keep up with the trees out here and them getting near the power lines. And so they end up catching into the trees, and then boom, we got a wildfire. And but last year, so normally we can't be sure that the rain's going to come and the fire season's going to be over till November. That's usually when that happens. Last year it started raining hard and got cold in the middle of September. Like fucking, so that's 6 weeks before harvest, and the last 6 weeks is when you put on the most weight on your plants and things like that. So there is a serious shortage. Like last year, cannabis was $200 a pound for decent stuff. This year, people are getting $600 and more for brown shit from 2 years ago. because there's so little of it around.
It's one of your cash crops there. It always has been. I mean, my whole life, where around your neck of the woods, that is the place that good weed came from. My whole life, like it's the place known for it. Like Humboldt, like that. It's like a name as weed. Like they have a place called Weed.
Yeah,
Like,
literally.
yeah, I just feel like in the way that I look around here, and I feel like I think it's other countries. This is how I think it's been silent wars for a long time over guns and like somebody standing at a podium and being like, and now we go to war and now we think, oh, now people want us dead. No, they've been doing it. I just think they took all the oranges out of our state and it was what we were known for. And I think it was because also Florida oranges and grapefruits were healing for the world. Like it was for Florida grapefruit. When our grandparents, they used to mail their best friends for the like cold season, you would get oranges and grapefruits from Florida and they'd all stay healthy. They weren't all getting vaccinated and Fauci shotted. They were all eating grapefruits and oranges from Florida. And so it had vitamin C, zinc from the white stuff that no one wants to eat. When you peel it, it's not the same as this bullshit orange juice at all. At all. It's not even the same as Tropicana or whatever bullshit that they're. So I feel like that equivalent is weed in Humboldt County. And so in the chemtrails of it all, if chemtrails are metal laying all over my crop for how long does what to my soil? Like little fragments of this dust. Like, I don't know.
Well, normally it wouldn't do that much because the metal itself would be inert. Where the real problem then comes in is glyphosate. So one of the things that people don't talk about that glyphosate does is glyphosate chelates that latent aluminum sitting there and makes it mobile. So where that aluminum should have been a particle that can't be processed and it sits there inert, once it's connected up with glyphosate, now it can be sucked up into the plant. It can move in the water system. It can fuck around in the soil. And aluminum isn't the only one. The glyphosate has some just horrifying results that it does with toxic metals.
Somebody wrote Humboldt has the highest concentration of sex offenders in the country, and I would be like, I would argue in a second DC.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Convicted sex offenders probably in Humboldt. I would.
Yeah, who knows? I'm almost like questioning the judge because I'm like, didn't Kamala Harris, wasn't she the prosecuting attorney for Michael Jackson? Get out of here with all of California. And I know that's a whole different county further south, but the corruption of California and the corrupt judges, like, judges got to be top tier corruption that never get talked about. We're all paying attention to the podium again, and then the judge is like living his own battleship inside all of our states. And who put that guy there? Who appointed that guy?
I've never heard this about sex offenders, but I've heard numerous times that Humboldt County has more missing persons than any other place in the country, and also the murder count is higher than any other, per capita is higher than anywhere else. I've heard those two, which the missing person one, 100%. People go out, all these fucking, it's probably dropping off substantially now, but back in the heavy cannabis days, shit, these kids come from literally other countries and come hang out in the parking lot and just go to people and like, got work. And what they want to do is trim. We call them trimmigrants. And these people will just show up. Well, when it comes time to pay them, I guess sometimes it's easier to just bury them somewhere than pay them, I guess.
Well, are they leaving abusive home situations and they're running away and they just want to get cash and not be on the record, not be found? Trying to get some
See, and that's the other thing. Some of these people aren't actually disappearing either. Some of them just go on meth binges and live on the street and shit, and their family just doesn't know where they are. They're still alive. They're fine. Like that lady that wandered
just
into
in
our
San Francisco.
yeah,
Sweet Steve.
exactly, living on the streets.
Yeah.
In San Fran.
It's America's 250th this year, so I think you're going to see a lot of death and rebirth stuff.
So what I'm pulling up when I put that into the AI, the Googles, what AI says is that the top states for sexual problems: Alaska, New Mexico, and Vermont. Vermont's kind of surprising in that. The top metro cities are Denver, Austin, Texas, and Seattle, Washington. California consistently records the highest total number of registered sex offenders in the nation simply due to the massive overall population. So they house 11,000 registrants, but the population of the state's fucking like an eighth of the country's population.
So you're looking for a per capita?
Per capita, state with the highest rates is Oregon, Arkansas, and Alaska. And the counties
along the states with the fewest amount of public records on this topic, whereas like the place where there's the least amount of convicted. Because if they're on the registry, they have to announce to their neighbors in their communities. So wasn't there something that like
kind of surprising also? Maryland and New Jersey come up as the least. I wouldn't have guessed New Jersey. Maryland. Yeah.
It's like next door to DC.
It's the Wire.
That's weird.
We're all nodding.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I got to trust some of their tickers.
The top 10 cities found to have the highest ratios are as follows: Wilmington, Delaware,
Maryland,
Wilmington, Delaware, Orlando, Florida, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. What the fuck?
Helena, most or less?
The most.
Oh yeah, Orlando's Disney.
Helena, Montana. Las Vegas, Nevada. That one makes sense. Richmond, Virginia. Bismarck, North Dakota.
Yes.
Louisville, Kentucky.
If you're registered, you'd rather live in a large city so you can get lost in it. If you go to a small hometown and your front page paper material, because so-and-so's moved in, it's on the front page of the small town papers. It's announced. Yeah. It's a big story and everybody knows. That's kind of their way
like, let me move by all these sex offenders.
Yeah.
Well, like Wilmington is pretty fucking stiff. One sex offender for every 107 residents. So damn near 1 out of every 100 people. By the time you get to the number 10 spot, which is Cheyenne, Wyoming, it's 1 out of every 186. And that's all per capita. So apparently the worst place to be is Wilmington, Delaware. Yuck.
Yeah, somebody put Biden country. That's so true. I heard that Candace Owens' court case is taking place in Delaware. And that's one of the reasons that she just had Hunter on her show, is because it's the judge. The judge that's seeing her case is like a Biden friend. And so like the Hunter capitulation tour or whatever, of like, oh, let's make him nice again for public TV.
Yeah, I checked the registry one time, and when I lived in a smaller town, college place, and there were like convicted sex offenders like 3 houses down on both sides. There was like so many on my street, and it was sort of like an older generation neighborhood, so probably these convicted offenders moved in with their grandparents or their parents and have to live with their grandparents or their parents in a neighborhood with lots of kids, and it's just crazy.
So it
When you
says
look, they're everywhere.
Humboldt itself has 375 registered sex offenders in the county. 46 are registered as transient, so they don't necessarily live here, but they are here currently,
Transient.
right?
They're not your neighbor. They could be anywhere.
Population of Humboldt,
Hmm.
California.
Like some of the technology, this is the slippery slope. This is where some of the technology, obviously, I don't want used on me, but then I want it used. Like, I know it's easy where, like, to be a man and be like, I don't want that stuff because, safety over security or over liberty, you deserve neither. And sometimes as a lady, it's like, I just want to walk to my car.
Yeah, that saying doesn't really apply to women.
No, there's so much stuff that doesn't really apply to women that I'm like, this is a man philosophy. Like, honestly, like, I think liberty is a separate thing for ladies than men. I think anarchy is a separate thing for ladies and men. I just think,
Dude,
don't know.
absolutely. Like, from birth, even as a fucking animal, like as an animal, if that animal feels comfortable going into dangerous situations, like it's very human friendly, where the other little, like, kittens, what the kitten that comes up and is absolutely playing with you and wants pets and is very forward, that is definitely a boy. That is definitely a fucking boy. And humans, it's the same exact thing, because this is part of why meth was, where I'm from, considered a woman's drug, because it makes women feel like king of the world, and dudes just normally have that. That's just kind of our fucking natural state anyways. We feel like we're running everything and we're king shit. That's why the methy dudes are usually real sissy ass dudes. Yeah, this cat is a fucking sex offender. She is driving me nuts.
I always like how guys feel in prison walking into the showers is how ladies just feel walking to their car. Like that, it's the only time. Like, how often are men made to feel like prey?
Yeah,
Like,
very.
and
Like,
not that women are scared all the time, but I just think it's something that we are aware of as a creature that a man doesn't have to be aware of it. It's fine, but it's only other men. It's like good men are the only real thing that keep ladies safe.
yes, 100%.
That's it. Like
100%.
it's the
Like
same
it,
way
like
with like guns or whatever. It's like it's all
like
around
there's extremely athletic professional athlete women that are, yes, stronger than weak ass men, but 99.9% of the time, any guy that runs into any girl on the street, he can physically overpower her in shocking ways and in such a fast fucking, so quickly it's not even funny.
Is there even an Olympic sport that a lady could compete, like the best lady in the world could even rank with the men?
No.
I don't
No.
even think there's one. There might be like I think there's shooting, like ski shooting or something. There's like one weird thing that they're up to, like where it's like on skis and they shoot. I don't remember, but there's one thing that a lady is like the best at it in the Olympics that women and men both compete in. But other than that, it's all men doing this thing.
Horseback archery.
I can't remember
with their feet.
Yeah.
Their legs.
Girls that can do that shit. That shit's crazy. Remember when Johnny McEnroe came out, and I can't remember who it was, like he was talking what women's tennis player he was talking about, but he said she wouldn't even rank in the top 400 of men, and she was the top of the women. She was the best. She should be, and they were trying to say, oh, she could beat any man, blah, blah, blah. And Johnny McEnroe was like, she wouldn't even make it into the top 400 of men.
I think Martina Navratilova got shit because she was one of the athletes that originally came out and was like, men cannot play in our sports. Like, and everyone, she was the lesbian wasn't supposed to say that,
Right.
but I'm like, no, it was literally their only job.
Yeah, Serena
Like, that
Williams.
was
that's
their
what I was
only
thinking.
job.
Serena Williams. I was thinking that. Yeah, that's who he was talking about, because everybody was going on how she could beat men, and Johnny McEnroe was like, no, she couldn't. Let's
I
stop being
actually think
ridiculous.
Serena and her sister are both, Venus and Serena are little boys. And
Yeah.
I think they're the best 2 female tennis players in the world.
House of Pain, Jump Around, mentioning John McEnroe.
Part of what makes women able to think these kind of things is because most men don't do manly things anymore. Like, they think that drinking beer and shit like that is manly. You know, fucking playing video games, things like that. That's not manly stuff. If men did man stuff, women would not think they could do that. Fucking cutting down a giant tree and fucking cutting it up into a couple pieces and strapping a fucking piece that weighs 200 pounds over your shoulder, and then hucking up the side of a mountain and then going back down and going for more of it. This isn't something girls do. It will break them physically and they won't repair from it.
No, I do think it is a different in a world like watching your guy sit there on the floor with IKEA furniture and yelling at the directions and cussing in the house. That's the extent of it. I can imagine that's not a turn on.
No, exactly. They're doing it, it's an interesting thing, because we talk
None
about
of the parts are there. The shit's wobbly as hell. You hate it the whole time it's in your house. You're like, the rails aren't even straight. That's like, there's no chainsaw involved. There's no hiking up the hill.
That's the best that he could do. That is the best that he could do. That's the thing. People talk about what women don't do anymore. That's because men don't do the man jobs anymore. Actually, most of the things they consider what men do now around the house, that's what women used to do. They used to do those, like even something like milking and chopping wood and shit like that. Those were women jobs. Dudes had to do fucking physically breaking jobs. Like I talk about, if I didn't have my fucking chainsaw, I would spend fucking 4 months every year at the very least doing nothing but fucking cutting up wood and stacking wood to bring home, just so I could have winter heat and cooking and hot water. Like that would be fucking all that I did for 4 months out of a year. The number of tasks I could accomplish without the tools we have today is shockingly small compared. And so because of that, obviously the woman of the house would have to do a lot more of the things that now these Nancy dudes sitting around do. And there's just nothing freaking manly about it. And so women think, oh, I could do what a dude does. Well, yeah, I could do what you could do what your dude does. Sure. That's pretty easy. But doing what real guys do, going out and, one day going out and pushing bulls around and getting beat up by bulls. And that's the other thing, when these dudes go through no pain. Like, oh, can guys have a baby? Women have a higher pain tolerance. Hit a girl with a 2x4 across the back once. Hit a guy across the back with a 2x4. See who gets crippled over it. If you hit me with a 2x4 across the back, I'm going to turn and look at you like, what the fuck are you doing? It's definitely not taking me down unless you're like Hulk Hogan or something. But you do that to a girl, she's going to fold and never get back up. Like, quit being fucking ridiculous about shit.
She's going to be like, why are you swinging a 2x4?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, like,
put the
like
2x4 down. We're in the bullpen. This is ridiculous.
It is getting ridiculous, and the joke is about the country song. If you play it backwards, like, everything returns to the man. If you play it forwards, he loses everything he gets. But if you remove everything from the country song except for the dirt road, what do? You get a song about a dirt road. So this guy, he says, if you've ever driven a dirt road down a dirt road, this song's for you.
Driving a dirt road, down a dirt road, this song's for you.
Driving a dirt road, down a dirt road, on a dirt road, on a dirt road.
And the song just repeats and repeats and repeats.
That's so stupid and amazing. See, that's like guys aren't doing that anymore.
You have to be the funniest guy in the room, not the strongest, but the funniest, most creative.
Yeah,
That's
gotta
right.
build a
Mating
dirt
strategies
road.
have changed.
On a dirt road, on a dirt road.
On a dirt road.
He's sitting on a dirt road. It's so stupid.
He doesn't have a wife. He doesn't have a dog. He doesn't have a truck. He's just got a dirt road that he rides on a dirt road.
That's what I'm saying, Mytho class. They didn't do the testosterone check. They didn't go out and do things that they knew were gonna get them hurt. Like, too many people today have this whole religion around pain and suffering. Like, oh, human suffering is the worst thing ever. Anything that avoids suffering, no suffering. Fucking, if it didn't hurt when I was a kid, it wasn't a good time. Everything that we picked that was going to go be fun, it was going to hurt for sure.
It hurts to wake up in the morning and go to a job. I don't want to be a wage slave, a wage cuck. No, they're so afraid of just having a schedule and going to a job.
And for the record, on the Humboldt County, we have 381 citizens for every sex offender. So that's actually pretty good stats. That's almost 1 in 400 compared to the 1 in 100 from, what was that, Maryland?
Yeah, and like somebody said, sex offender doesn't necessarily mean R word. That seems to get you in trouble nowadays.
Just a trespasser.
Yeah. Just
Got caught in
trespassing.
public with an anime pillow on a park bench, just on a date. What does it even mean? How far does the definition extend? And some of these people might want to get caught. Like they have that guilt complex where they want to get caught.
I think the other half is too retarded to not get caught. They're just plain up dumb or just fucked up on drugs or drunk, you know?
And I know there's false accusations, but then there's also unreported, and I feel like it's probably a rinse.
There's probably way more unreported.
That's what I think. So I
Yeah.
feel like the number's probably still pretty, like real.
Well, it's kind of a generational thing. So if you know, if your mom and dad grew up in abusive homes and then your dad's abusive, your mom's like, well, it's better than I went through when I was a kid, so we'll get through it. You know, that generational stuff is pretty rough on. It just keeps going.
I don't know about all families, but mine's done a real good job, honestly. Not that, you know, we're at all perfect or freaking you know, didn't pass on our own sets of issues. But honestly, I'm very proud of my family because my grandparents on actually on both sides were pretty raging drunks. And my dad don't really drink anymore. My mom never drank. My kids have maybe seen me drink a handful of times. None of my kids drink. That whole thing. My family, I come from a very abusive family, and those things, every generation has just had it less and less. And like my daughter with my oldest grandson and them, they have the fucking now she works at a mental health center, but she was like a manager at the bank, and now she's she works at a mental health center, and she's married and 2 kids and the nice little house, and she's truly just a good person. Goes and makes beds for kids without beds and shit. Like there's some program where like once every couple weeks they go and build beds for kids that don't have beds, and she coaches her soccer teams, and coached basketball, just all good stuff. And her kids are so well adjusted, it's amazing. And I look back, and just a couple generations before that, like my mom's parents were just sloppy, mean drunks. Like not good.
Are you talking about getting a job at a mattress factory?
No,
apple butter.
Like Box Springs?
Yeah, my kids never had to get the apple butter treatment. I kept that one to myself. I did not pass that trauma on. The best was when my brother and I went years without talking, and we started talking again, and my wife was standing there, and Abe's like, "You remember apple butter?" And Christy's eyes got all big, like, "You're not making that up." Like, no, not making that up. I wish I were. Oh, fuck.
Tabusa, TPUSA.
And I guess I don't know if that stands for all families, but I feel like my family, at least, and it's, again, not that we haven't passed on our own stupidities, but a lot of the more blatant ones that, you could easily pick out, we've really kind of nipped in the bud in the family. So that's good stuff.
Yeah, that is good.
I feel like trying to fix that actually is probably part of what got us here, is because this is part of why you see so many of the gentle parenting and all that. Too many of these people that were either had super harsh parents or harsh punishments, abusive parents, they turned around and they went to the exact polar opposite place where they just let their kids just be psychos. And, but I think it came from a good place of, I don't want my kids to suffer this.
Yeah. Your parent, whoever your parent is, however you were raised, there's a good opportunity that 50% of what they did was right. And I do agree with you, Ben. Like everybody does, like people grow up in a certain way and they're like, I'm going to do it the total opposite. And then they're like, shit, I wish I would have done X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And not done it. But maybe it's just part of the healing process, like of going back and forth in between until you kind of like, I don't know, sometimes in my like new age thoughts, I think maybe we are filtering out trauma. Like maybe us as we go on are somewhere doing that in some level of ways. Like even just putting words to our pain and healing through things, or having friends you work it out with, or your spouse you work it out with, or kids you work it out, and you're like, oh, and you have these words for these things. And now we have these microphones that if you're honest about your own trauma and then you're honest about the words to heal it and you bounce it off your friends in a public place, it's like other people are like, oh my gosh, me too. And sometimes you just need the word. And then sometimes you can let the trauma go. It's just you can feel it forever and you don't quite know what it is. And you can feel it and you know it happened to you too, but nobody ever told you it was wrong because everyone else in your life just moves on from this thing. And you just come across a random podcast and somebody says this thing one day and you're like, that's me too. And then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm a whole different person. I don't know. Healing out loud's important.
Just that somebody witnessed, you feel like you're not alone, like your pain's been witnessed is enough. Like it's been acknowledged by the world, and now you can just let it go.
Like, what is this podcast world? Like, it was said by however long ago, like everybody's going to get their 15 minutes of fame. And what is fame? What is it? Notoriety, being able to speak? Like, do you know what serfs in the history of time could just get on a mic and talk to the town square? I don't know. It just seems like we are at such a weird point in time of all these things just I don't know. Maybe the AI is hitting the event horizon and we're like feeding it in real time. That's why I'm like, talk shit every time, every single thing RFK has done, every single thing. Oh, he lessened the vaccine schedule. Oh, cool. Good talk. What about the chemtrails? Oh, cool. Good talk. What about the chemtrails? Oh, cool. Good. And then today brings up chemtrails and then it's like DARPA spraying us with chemtrails. And I'm like, what, bitch? Now you're singing my tune. Now I'm like, I'm all ears, RFK Jr. Like, I'm paying attention to you. You got like my full attention. And then also, there's two snakes fighting on his patio. And so he grabs
I
these
saw
snakes,
that.
both of them. They twirl up. And I'm thinking, is it just me or is that not the symbology of RFK Jr. throwing out the medical establishment?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like, that's the, what is it, the caduceus?
Caduceus.
Yeah.
There's a rod of Asclepius and there's a caduceus.
Well, the rod of Asclepius is more what the medical industry does. It usually does the one snake.
Oh, it's the double snake.
Yeah, the
It
double snake is the caduceus, and
It's
the
real
rod of
medicine.
Asclepius,
Yeah, he had the double snake. There was two snakes twirled up.
Cheney
which
sent me
is
a
actually
video.
which would actually be more of the way it's supposed to be, where the
Yeah.
one snake is like an inversion because you're not getting that, you're not getting the symbiotic energy that matches it. You know, you've now narrowed
Yeah.
it down to one. It almost, to me, it's always kind of represented where there was a split between the science world that was non-alchemy and the science world that was alchemy. Alchemy takes in the spirit portion of things. We weigh and measure as best we can with what understanding we have, the unseen and unweighable. We take account for that. That's what the scientific community doesn't. And where the separation happens, the difference between chemistry and alchemy is chemistry takes no accounting for those unseen elements.
Hmm.
It's raw, whatever material is there that I can weigh and measure. That's what we're talking about.
Hmm. So alchemy even has like a little quantum physics worked into it, where it's like, oh, the observation of the particle will change the particle. The
Exactly.
human element matters.
Cheney
You know,
sent
like,
me that video of those.
I
two power
tried to
drills.
explain it to people, like, how do you quantify? Like, if you've ever watched something die, you literally know the moment it died. You know, you can see that leave its eyes. It's the light leaves its eyes. Quantify that for me. You know that it happened. You know that a change happened. If I measure and weigh this body, nothing happened. It's all exactly the same as it was a second before this. But it's now changed definitively. Weigh and measure that for me. And that's what modern science cannot account for and does not try to account for. Like when I talk about doing my spagyrics, and all these folks on the panel have had some of my products that I've made, and it's always definitively different than other people's. And part of that is I'm taking the life force into account and preserving the life force in it. And so when you take my product, you can feel that life force, similar to like when you eat fresh tomatoes and onions and peppers out of your garden, the way it has that zest to it, unlike the store bought from a can salsa, which does not have that thing on your tongue, that zit, like, because the life force is just gone. You know, that's the 20, it's 23, it's 20, either 21 or 23, but that's grams, not ounces. But that's
That would be so heavy.
yeah,
Ounces.
oof. It's grams.
Badass soul, Lizzo. Sorry, go on.
Your spirit was chunky, bitch.
You're that big spirit.
When
But
you're
that,
talking about the snakes, right? The Ouroboros of the snakes. Cheney sent me a video. Is it a Milwaukee power drill? And what was the other brand?
Oh,
DeWalt, maybe?
DeWalt. So a Milwaukee
DeWalt.
power drill and a DeWalt power drill, and they had connected to each other. And then the guy turns them both on and they start spinning, and he just throws in the air, and they're just fighting each other to see what battery breaks down or what drill breaks down. What's going to be the last drill powered, standing, fighting for it. The guy wasn't wearing a shirt or shoes, so you can expect the danger. I was just concerned that it was going to hit him and then break his
Me
skin,
too.
take him out. It's dangerous.
But I actually thought like that's kind of what I want to happen more often with other tools. Like I want people to do this kind of stuff more because I want to know. I don't care about the numbers on a sheet. That literally means nothing to me. I want to know what one's going to outlast or pull the other drill bit out, or I want to know what one's going to strip first.
Yep.
Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
assuming they're both brand new, relatively new, and the charge is the same, and the size of the battery is the same. Comparing a Milwaukee to a DeWalt, it's an interesting thing. It's like those robot wars. You build little robots and you try to defeat the other one, or like a destruction derby.
Yeah.
So you stress test something.
DeWalt does make a solid drill. I go with the DeWalt products myself, but I like that 20 volt system, that 20/60 volt system. That's they make so fucking many tools for it. And the 60 volt ones, like living off grid, that's literally like having plug-in tools. Those things are amazing.
and having those, whatever you decide on as your gig, the battery pack tools that you can also attach to a flashlight. If you live in a place that you like, we have storms where we might lose power weeks at a time, having something that'll connect and not just to tools, but to a big flashlight is dreamy.
Literally, that's how you guys are seeing me right now. Like all that's just coming from a fucking DeWalt flashlight.
The Florida, that is like during hurricane season, because you just walk into every store, you just hold your flashlight like it's open carry. Everybody has a flashlight and they just walk around because everywhere you go, if the power is out inside places, but everybody still needs to do their shit. And so everybody has their flashlights. You're inside your house, it's all dark. You have to take, and so if you walked in with that flashlight, people would be like, bitch, like
It's real.
that'd be BDE flashlight in Florida.
My buddy Brian has a charger inverter, so it'll charge up 4 batteries, but then he can also just put 4 batteries on it and reverse the direction. And he's able to run his internet and a little laptop and a fan and a light for fucking all day off of that thing. He sticks 4 of these. This is my favorite size of battery right here. The 9-hour ones. This one was from Auntie Gaslighter. She sent this.
Oh, that's dreamy.
Yeah, there's some things that the 12-hour won't fit in. So the 9 hours, the biggest size that also fits in stuff. Like this thing is so fucking great. Like upstairs, I've got a little DeWalt fan. And this thing will run it for a couple days. So like when it's hot as hell at night, we don't have AC or nothing.
Does that have a converter to attach to it so I could plug something into it? I need something for my fish tank when the power goes out.
That's what I was just talking about. There's an inverter. It's a battery charger.
Oh, shit.
That also, if you don't have power, instead of charging the batteries, you just plug into it and it inverts the batteries into 120 volt.
Okay. I need something like that too.
Dude, he runs his whole house. He runs all of his stuff in his house off it for a whole day, and then comes over here and charges his batteries back up on my inverter, my generator.
Okay, I like that. I need something because it just gets stressful. I don't usually can just run it for periods of time, but if I could just run it solid, I feel like I could go without power fine if my fish tank would run.
Yeah, this thing's totally. These would totally take care of that.
I like little cheap Ryobi too. But those are my inside tools. Those ones don't get dirty. I have outside tools and inside tools. Like all the little lady tools inside, like the little drill, like it's so small. And sometimes like Jules doesn't need a big old drill. and to plug in. She doesn't need a big old hammer drill with some kind of side handle on it. She just needs something little.
Doctor Who
Yeah.
magic screwdriver.
So this is what that is, and it's four charging spots. But like I said, if he unplugs it and just hits the switch on the side, you just plug other stuff into it, and this becomes a 120 volt power station.
How long does that last, do you think, with just one thing plugged into it?
Dude, he fucking
His
if
whole
you
house?
especially if you have those fucking 9 ampers, that shit'll last you a couple days if all you're doing is plugging that little fish tank into it.
Yeah,
He runs,
what does he run in his house off that?
he's got a light, his internet, a TV, and a little computer or laptop thingy.
Little fridge or anything running?
No.
Okay. That's
Fridges
not
are
bad.
crazy.
300 bones?
Fridges are crazy power draws. Crazy power draw.
Mm.
Like if I didn't have a fridge in my house, I could easily run my house off of a 2,000 watt generator.
A little tip, if your fridge goes out, everybody is like, oh my gosh, let me get my cooler and put ice in the cooler and put everything in the cooler. No, just put ice in your refrigerator. Like put ice in the freezer, in the bottom, in the top of your refrigerator. And your fridge is better than the cooler.
Yeah.
Keep it so
I keep gallon jugs of ice, and actually it helps for that, like Cheney just said, if you lose power. But you could still see then also I change it out in the morning and you can still see the big ass chunk of ice floating in there. That's so I just put gallon jugs, and if you have gallon jugs of frozen water in there, you can have all night. My power is off all night, and none of my food gets warm.
And it's like hurricane kit, but everybody should, like, your house is the first line of defense. I know bug out bags were trendy for a while, but you shouldn't even have a bug out bag until you have your prep kit in your house prepared. Like you should have a certain amount of food, a certain amount of water, beans, rice. Like you can keep it simple. You don't have to go crazy. MREs if you want, but you should have candles. Like if the power goes out, you should have flashlights. Like I think real simple stuff like bug out, like that is your last resort to have to leave your house and bug out of your own home. And I hear so many people always talk about bug out bags, and I'm like, bitch, you cannot even hike a mile. Why don't you just worry about getting some beans and rice and learning how to boil a pot of water? Like meet yourself where you're at. Everybody always says you got to meet people where you're at, where they're at. Meet yourself. Be honest with yourself and meet yourself. I'm going to move off grid. You have no plans. I've never even seen you keep a plan alive. How are you going to live off grid? Like be honest with yourself. How much community do you need, and what could you bring to that community? If there was a zombie apocalypse and we had gates shut, what are you going to bring in here? What do we need from you that you're going to take some of our supplies? How are you going to give to us? And so I think that is a good thing that most people should be asking themselves.
100%. 100%.
Who is the best quality chocolate?
It would be so long before chocolate happened again.
Oh, on a readily available worldwide fucking, I don't know if that, it would take forever. People don't realize
it's out and you don't have gas fuel to drive anywhere. You're not going anywhere. You're batting down the hatches. You're securing your own castle. You're making sure your moat is filled with water, keeping people out, keeping your lights out, keeping your windows closed so it's dark.
Yeah, people don't realize fucking how many spices and just things that we eat on a regular basis don't come from anywhere near us. And if the system starts falling apart, that shit all goes bye-bye. Like historically, wars over spices, sugar, fucking cocoa, all those kind of things happen. Salt, fucking tea. At one point in time, it was illegal to take tea. Like the stories where these things got spread are amazing. Like tea, the guy snuck out a couple tea seeds, like inside of like a staff or something like that.
These guys were smuggled out of a prison in South Africa. These tea bags.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah,
That was not my timeline.
Yeah, maple syrup. That's going to be a huge thing.
Yeah, maple syrup. They have a huge mafia. Everything has its own mafia too. Everybody doesn't understand that. Like lime mafia, like Mexican lime mafia is like Canadian maple syrup mafia. Like there's certain people that your farm doesn't get sold. Like you don't get to just put your stuff in the market. Everything's like the music industry. You can't just put your stuff at the grocery store. You don't just get an end cap. Like that's all it's all big deals. Like your orchard just doesn't get to sell apples here.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know.
100%.
It is kind of crazy the amount of stuff. I think about it. Even I was listening to you guys talk about like shipping and all this shit, and I was like, so much stuff we don't need though. Global, like we're in this like coziness with how much we've gotten, but so much stuff we definitely don't need. And my brother says it in the most simple form. He said, you should never come to a Florida restaurant ever and get salmon. What do you
Right.
want salmon for in a Florida restaurant? Like it doesn't make any sense. But think of how many times people go to places in wherever and they're getting like, oh, this Japanese delicacy. Is it the delicacy it should be? Because it's not. Like, I don't know. There's so much stuff that shouldn't be global. It should be way more, not to be all hippie liberal, but it's also very conservative. This is where the Ouroboros eats itself, but we're just on the wrong side of the snake. Conserving and shopping local is very like big up it. Like you should get your ingredients close to you. They probably have everything you need to not get allergens for the things around you all year. I don't know. I think people are eating way too far away, putting shit on their skin from countries. Like they watch some TikTok and some broads like, oh yeah, you should get this from India and rub this pill on your face. And then what? That's Joe Rogan science. And I haven't heard any of the Joe Rogan science stick around. It all just seems like new fish oil for the 2 years where everybody tries to convince me of this new peptide. And then I'm like, oh, where's that? Oh, no alpha brain?
smart drinks, fizzy drinks. Yep.
I think THC is messing people up in liquid form.
Could be. They sell them at the grocery stores. It's like the grocery stores in Minnesota that don't sell alcohol sell the THC.
Dude, there's something going on with it though. It's weird. Like I ordered this year for my medical. I ordered seeds from Europe because fucking all these things that supposedly have like 35% THC don't even get you high. They don't even work. Like I ordered actual European fucking seeds. What you got there, Cheney?
That's my little baby shark's tooth.
Nice.
From today's journey to the beach. It's just a little one though. That's what color they always are. Everybody thinks they're white, but they're like dark.
Showing up for Bones collection.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know. It just looks like an axe. It's a turkey bone. Everyone
you
likes
guys-
a bone.
During the last stream, Christy was showing off a big old claw that she found out in the fucking yard.
Big old claw bone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no idea what it's from. It was way too big for a cat.
Hmm.
It's weird animals out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and we don't have game cams up all over the place, so honestly, I probably don't want to see what the fucking's all walking around here.
The predators on the prowl. Mm-hmm.
On the side of my chicken coop, I have motion detector lights. I think that pretty much keeps most things away. Yeah, the high THC craze has definitely cut out the medicinal value, and it just doesn't get you high anymore. Like I ordered some fucking old school Chem Dog and old school Afghani. I ain't even fucking with all these new things. Like they've just ruined cannabis around here.
I think
Well,
they
they're
bleach
black.
the
The
teeth.
shark teeth are black depending on where they're found because it's the mineralization that happens. Because then there's other areas you can go get shark teeth, and they're like, thank you, Michael. I was happy with the strains I got. They're looking really good too. There's areas where you could find more of a tan colored shark tooth, and it's because they don't have the same mineralization around where Cheney gets them. I actually, when I buy shark teeth, the guy that I get them from dives from, it's somewhere around where Cheney is. It's called dark water diving, and that dude gets he goes through water that you can't even see through, and that dude pulls meg teeth like this fucking big.
I've bought some pretty big shark's teeth. I never find one that good. You used to be able to walk the beach. One time my uncle gave me one about this size, like probably 4 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, I wish I don't.
Nice.
It was like one of those things where you're like 8 and it's like a prized possession for so long, and then who knows where it goes.
Some jerk stole it. You're growing up.
I love the beach, and it's a time sucker. It's weird how time happens on the beach.
Do you watch the sunset there?
More sunrise if I usually watch the sunset from my house because Florida is a sunrise state over a sunset state unless you're on my side of it. Its sun rises over the ocean and then sets into the swamp from my view. So watching it set, I'd just have to, the beach would be at my back and I would just be like turned around in the sand watching it go down into the sawgrass.
Yeah, it does seem
What's up, Hunter? How you doing, brother? Yeah, that Dubai chocolate thing is weird, right? Why is that everywhere?
They branded it.
Some chocolate. I
sold
feel
it.
like when people talk about chocolate, I need it. And I'm not a chocolate person.
Dude, and they want like $20 for a candy bar of that shit. Like, I don't know what
It's
that
good.
tastes like.
It's not $20 good, but it's good.
Well, it
one's
says
for, like,
Hunter first
$14,
instead of
$15.
Muse, so I assumed it wasn't Muse. I know we know who you are.
We appreciate the wordplay and the names. We know that some people like to keep a little slight anonymity in the chat rooms. It's okay. We won't call you out unless you
I've
want
been
to.
on your show. I'm a fucking girl weirdo.
I thought it was Hunter was the boy and Muse was the girl. Oh God, why are you getting in my fucking lap farting again, you fuckhead?
You're always a
Go
little gender
fart somewhere else.
confused.
Jesus Christ.
Have you guys seen these plates, these so-called funerary plates, because they have the dash between the two dates, like America rest in peace, 1776 and 2026, 250 years. It was a good run. It's like they want to sunset America so it can kind of take a nap or die and then be reborn, type of a thing.
I feel like the people that I know, like that are horoscope people, they think that they're like all the stars are 1776.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, whatever happens next. I think everybody agrees. I don't care if you're left, right, or indifferent. Or just like, I'm into new age, or I'm into biblical, or I'm into whatever. I think this is the one thing we can all agree on. We are at the precipice of something that is going to be different than the way we've always lived our life before. Like we're at the precipice of something. Like COVID was like the push of something, but it's all for what purpose? Like they're trying to hide something else. Like they wanted us all inside. They wanted us to all abide by these rules, and we didn't. Like we're on this different timeline. But I feel like everyone agrees. Like it doesn't matter whether you think it's all good, all bad, but everyone's like, something's coming. Aliens, Jesus, something like a comet, the solar flare.
Something's got to give. Something. You can't keep holding this economic situation the way it is, unless that's maybe the the glittery gold pill where people are more reliant on family and friends and neighbors and communities. If we've become so isolated that we don't rely on anybody else, forcing people to say, hey, you've hoarded all these resources, you've got all this gold, now spread it around, help your communities, be philanthropic, help everybody out, get to know everybody again. It's like the reaction to the over globalism is to be the hyper localism. And that's sort of what we need to return to.
Yeah.
And it's difficult because social skills are hard. And people go to the grocery store with headphones and so they don't talk to anybody. They don't want to see anybody they know. Some people that'll drive an hour to shop in a different grocery store where they don't know anybody, where they get lost in. Small
And
town
just get it
Walmarts.
delivered.
Yeah, or just get it delivered to your door. DoorDash.
You don't have to talk to. I don't meet anyone. Well, you get everything delivered, bitch. You never leave your house. Where are you gonna meet them at? You do contactless delivery. You don't even talk to your delivery person.
Yeah.
Stop.
No.
If you fart
I
in
feel
my
like
lap again.
people, I mean, I guess I know some brokies, but most of the people I know aren't living paycheck to paycheck. It's just that they're fucking tired. They're like, to what end is this system of take? To like, what end, even if they can afford to get by, they're like, everybody has their hand in your pocket, everything for always. And it just keeps, you need an app for this and you need to watch this. Everything's just becoming so fragmented. Everybody's just tired. I think it's just, what are they going to bot dog us? And then there's an app for that. I feel like nobody wants a robot dog. They've tried that before. The same way as VR, over and over and over again, over and over. Nobody wants your VR. And one of the things I'm starting to realize with Walt Disney is, in Tomorrow World, everything that they keep trying to sell us as new tech is shit that he's always had in that place. Like, I never grew up with the same VR goggles that they keep trying to sell to every generation. And then they're at Big Lots for $15. Nobody wants the VR goggles. So it's just like, there's some things that I'm like, oh, and I found out Walt Disney's dad, dude, carpenter at the World's Fair. Shut up.
Failed every time. That's interesting. 3D. Nobody wants nothing to do with 3D. Like, even when they came out with the curvy TVs and
Not
the fancy 3D glasses, people are like, nope. That died like right fucking now. Yeah,
it's always the of the movies when they 3D it. You're like, oh, Jaws 1 was good, Jaws 2 was good, Jaws 3D.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody cared for that little tiny section. Remember when Hollywood was even making movies just for the 3D televisions, and that lasted like 6 months. And 100%, I'm seeing people in California now wearing more. Again, I'm seeing an uptick of the maskians.
I am not a good, when it comes to the normal world out there, my cut of Florida is not a good representation of that. I've realized, of wearing masks, because even if they're there in your states LARPing, they come here on vacation and they don't have their mask on. It's like the LARP of whatever they're playing in your guys' states or cities. They come here and they're not doing the thing. But at Disney World during Pride Week, they're going to do the thing.
Yeah.
That's going to be next. But I don't know if Disney's fucking around with Pride anymore.
Yeah, most of the corporations dumped that shit this last year. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, see, now if you get down by the bay, the Asians, they never let go of the mask thing. They are all about it. Like, they are compliant people. That's all there
They
is.
never not wear masks in Asia. I had a friend that lived in Shenzhen she was a teacher there for a few years. So she'd come back to America and go there and teach and whatever. And they never not wore masks ever. Like, this is years before COVID ever happened.
To be fair, in since the 90s, all the fucking bad industry, I will concede to, I understand the middle class got wiped out when we took all of our industry away, but I will concede that industry wasn't great for the environment. Like fucking there, what is it, Hong Kong? Like there's like 1 or 2 days a year that you maybe can breathe the air. Maybe.
Yeah. It's industrialization. Moving all the
Even
factories to
if
China.
not.
In Japan, they planted a lot of cedar trees. People didn't really have exposure to cedar trees, and then all the pollen from those trees goes into the air. So people wear masks for hay fever reasons.
For tree bukkake.
Yeah, filtering the air
People
pollution.
talking.
Oh, I
Just-
fucking hate tree bukkake season. I
Yeah.
fucking hate
Hey,
it.
come on.
Like, dude, I live in the fucking forest. Like tree bukkake season, all of a sudden one day you wake up and everything's yellow. You're like, ah.
Yeah.
Everyone used to go to work sick in America before COVID. Like it was just a normal thing. People worked sick.
You need to stop.
Before COVID, it was just like
Yes.
normal.
But you need to go home about a year. You smell like a sick guy. Come on.
Yeah,
People
people
to
had
get
to
him to
send
leave.
you home. They'd be like, Jim, you look awful. Go home.
If you can't quit puking every 20 minutes, I suppose you best go home.
Someone would come up to you and put their hand on your forehead.
Yeah.
Oh my poor. Oh
Your hands are a little clammy. What's wrong?
yeah. Oh.
I'm not certain though if they try to push it like they did last time. I'm not certain how that goes this time.
Well, I feel like
No,
it's
it's not
losing
gonna work.
legs a little because they're adding Ebola to it.
Yeah.
Like
Well, and
they're
it's-
having to double cook it.
Yeah, they because people don't. I don't think that they can convince. There's a large swath of people that are just not going to be convinced. They just don't care. You guys you were too fucking greedy last time. You took too much, and now people aren't willing to let you double down. And it's not just us; it's a large swath of Middle America.
Yeah, people need to know Ebola.
Ebola, Ebola.
Ebola.
Yeah, that's when where I'm seeing it the most is like I went to Eureka last week, and Eureka is a super libtard town, so definitely there's people with masks there. But 20 minutes south of that, Fortuna is a very farm town, and I didn't see masked people there at all. But the dumbass liberals, 100%, they're dying to show us all that they're better people than us.
Oh, yeah.
Virtue
Virtue
Olympics.
signaling. Virtue
Word.
Yeah,
signaling.
I can do this thing
Well-
this stupid thing that costs nothing, and I'm better than you because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little bit from that category. It can also be that they also have high rates of allergens and asthma and whatever else, sensitivities to things.
Sensitivity.
Mm-hmm.
And all
Hate to
these
tell you,
ticks.
y'all, the ticks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the tick psyop to keep everyone inside. There's going to be like ailments of Lyme that are from the vid, but they already have a Lyme vaccine already planned. But I don't
Dude,
know.
I will admit the ticks are bad this year.
Everybody says it.
And it's more of the painful ticks. So there's like two different kind of ticks here. There's your normal ass ticks that they just get fat when they bite you and then they pull off pretty easy. But then there's this other tick that doesn't ever get fat, and when it gets in your skin, it like your skin swells up all around it. So it's basically almost buries this fucking thing in your skin. And then you'll get a big hard knob underneath where it bit, and it hurts really bad. And those ticks are entirely different, and we're getting a lot of those this year. I got fucking one of them right up here underneath my fucking chin and my beard. And the only way we usually notice them is because you're like, why do I hurt right there? Oh, fucking fuck. And then it takes that shit like a month to heal.
What's the guy got to do to get a big hard knob around here?
Ask for the Archangel Michael to spoon with you.
Probably.
But yeah, I admit that but it's not just ticks. The fleas are really bad this year too. Like this is the worst flea year that we've had in a long. Like they did not die this winter. Fleas did not die.
Yeah, why would you even tell some state you were at war with them? You just send a bunch of people to release shit like ticks and fleas and frogs and things. You could change somebody's environment so easily.
Turkey, if you're gonna be a shit, you can't sit on my lap.
Turkey.
The ticks are the deer ticks that go on the deer, and if the deer hunters are hunting for deer for meat, then what does that mean?
Eventually you have enough animals, you run out of names and you just start like Christy's like, did you name a cat Turkey? Yes, I did that.
I have a cat named Shark Week. It's fine.
It's great.
Sharky.
I'm thankful for Turkey and Sharky and all the fun pet names.
He's a gentleman in a little tuxedo.
That's good. That's good TED mail. People
I'm a
want to send
pretentious
in
cat
pictures.
like that too.
Yeah, send us pictures of your pets.
A tuxedo every day. Wow.
Pressed.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
3/4 length
Every
sleeve.
day.
I know a Sphinx named Chicken. Stop it, Turkey. Christy doesn't like turkey. Turkey likes to get right in your face and then
You should name him Young Turk.
Young Turk. Are you a
Dude, I also think there's something that I don't like. I think the Muslims scare the shit out of me. And I think that we were supposed to have turkey as our national bird for a reason. Like, I think this is an infiltration. I know this isn't the cool take because we're all supposed to always be Israel, but I don't think it's not their plan. You can put the leaders of whoever you need to put at the top, but I'm also just telling you from my little deer instincts of being a girl. I never have ever walked by a group of Jewish men and been scared ever in my life. But I will tell you, I've walked by a group of Muslim men more than once and been like, oh shit, bitch. Or I've just worked with a Muslim guy at a coffee shop in Michigan and felt like I just said the wrong thing and I feel fucked right now. Like, it's not the same. And so I do feel of like whatever my Western society is of being my white American Southern lesbian, the twain don't meet very well of whatever Sharia is. And so when I look into like Bukele and I look into his dad and I'm like, oh, your dad's a Sunni. Oh, your dad's into Sharia. Oh, the mayor of New York is into Sharia. Like that shit that my lady brain does not comprehend. My American lady brain does not comprehend that shit. So there is some things that I'm like, I know this is the cool thing to say and this is what everyone's saying. And so, but also all these other people, why are they pretending to be a Christian white guy? But then I find out in 2 months, they're always Muslim. This feels homeland as shit to me. Where it's like the short beard for a few selling this rhetoric, selling this manosphere bullshit, and then they're always Muslim.
Dude, it's wild how many red pillars
they're never
Muslim.
Jews.
Yeah.
So I don't know who. Yeah, I know there's other things that we have to pay attention to, but I also think everybody's crazy if they don't also think this. It's not like hundreds of thousands. Like when people are talking about like a lot of the migrants that are coming over the border, it's not Mexicans. It's Somalis and shit. Like people don't realize they're real. And so I'm just saying, like, I feel like you're not allowed to say this now because it's become you're only allowed to talk about how Israel is bad for America. That's the only thing in the conspiracy realm you're ever allowed to say. And I'm like, nah, dog. Palestine and whatever this whole psyop is making you guys totally turned a blind eye to this whole entire thing. And then people are like, why? Because you think 9/11? No, bitch. I think because fucking goats. Like, I think because pederast shit. I think because so much darker levels of stuff before we even get to what they do to their daughters. Before we even get there, we can just keep it on the men. And so I'm like, I don't know, but we're not like when I see home meetups and I see black cube circling and shit, and I'm supposed to be like, okay, synagogue of Satan, is Satan Saturn? Is that a black cube? That would also be a representation of that too, wouldn't it? But we're not talking about that shit. That Mecca is owned by the house of Saud. We're never talking about Saud and how much they would benefit from all the Iranian oil fields being shut down.
Yeah, well, that we don't talk
Like-
about that because House Assad agreed to the petrodollar, that they would only trade in the United States dollar. So they've upheld. And not only when people don't realize, not only does the petrodollar uphold the dollar, for every petrodollar that they buy to trade in oil, they have to buy bonds and hold on to them. So that's entirely what's the stilts that are holding up the US economy. That's why we never talk about that shit.
If
The
you
news won't
actually
ever
see
talk
like
about
one of the biggest deals with our trade deficit and China, and because they're the who has the biggest deal of our debt, they're the biggest country that holds our debt, but they're not the only country that holds our debt. That's out of all the numbers, like our deficit's still going up, all the shit's still going up. Out of all the numbers, that number's going down. When you look at that ticker number, or with our deficit with China and our trade deficit, both those numbers are going down. And so, yeah, the Strait of Hormuz traffic, 6 boats going through, but the Gulf of fucking Mexico traffic is
Rachel,
busier than it's ever been.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you got confused here, Rachel. Just because Cheney is pointing a finger at the Muslims does not mean that she is okay with the Jews, nor do we accept the things that they're doing. We're stating that, guess what? Both sides of them stinky little sand fuckers are nasty people. There wasn't a good side in this.
Yeah, I wasn't at all. That's part of the teeter-totter brain that they've set us all in.
Yeah.
They've set everybody in a red-blue thinking, so they can only think on the teeter-totter. They don't have infinite thought. So everything you say, they only know the other side of the teeter-totter to say. So if I say something about Muslim, somebody has to be like, but Zionism literally has nothing to do with what I said. But it's on the end of the teeter-totter now because we all have red-blue thinking.
Like,
yeah,
I can dislike Muzzies and also dislike Jews at the same time. It's amazing.
No, you can't.
They're doing
Has to
World
be
War
one.
11. They're doing World War 11.
Immigrants doing.
I mean,
World War 11.
here's a hard fact that people don't want to say. If you look historically, there really wasn't very many high trust societies except for Northern European white culture. That was a high trust society, and most other societies, for good and for bad, and I'm not saying that the Northern European was so much superior to everybody else. Every society had its ups and downs and benefits and costs. But for high trust society, this is the way we lived, not the way they lived. They don't live like that.
And the Orsini family, their old ass Italian family, they've had how many popes, how many black popes? Like, there's just so many. The octopus legs are infinite. Like, I don't know. If there is a synagogue of Satan, you don't think it's buried into everything? Like, Scientology's just walking around with a halo on. The Mormon church is over there with the bow tie, just being like, dee, 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 dee. Like, come on. I don't know. I
Yale.
just think, yeah, like Yale Skull and Bones, bunch of Jews. No, they're laying with corpses. Maybe the Jews are doing that too. But I would be like, I think the amount of converts that are actually happening, it's like we might see people in seats with dual citizenship, which should be completely illegal. Like, you should not be able to ever
100%.
serve in any kind of government. Like, how can I even trust? Like, that's like having 2 wives. Get out of here. Like, I can't trust this. That shouldn't happen. But I also think like the amount of, when I read that, like, Queen Elizabeth is like, oh, I'm related to Mohammed. And then I read rumors of King Charles converting. And then I'm like, all these people, when I start looking into their bloodlines of Huma Abedin and what's the Elon Omar and Valerie Jarrett, and the amount of them that I can attach to the Muslim Brotherhood and their father. Like, it's not far away. It's not a hard dig. It's like, oh, this is like right here. And then you see all these women that have infiltrated the government into places, and you look at the shithole Minnesota is, and pretty has much been since lockdown. Since lockdowns first happened, it was like the epicenter of like everybody lost their businesses. I know so many people that they're like, no, and then our businesses just got raided and everything destroyed, and this is just how life is. And so I'm just like, nah, this is a bigger plan. Like, maybe the orchestrator of that, whoever you want to put on that, like whatever name of whatever family of Red Shield or whoever thing you want to put on whoever's orchestrating it. But one of the big, huge instruments, like the same way that people can be like the whole LGBTQ mafia, dangerous as fuck to the society. Can't we say Muslims are too? Like, can't that be something that I can also be like, huh, this doesn't quite agree with my American way of life? No, you're not allowed. That's anti-Semitic, which it actually is, which is crazy. But no, you're not. That part isn't Semitic. That's not the Semitic we're talking about. Oh, fuck.
In-group preferences in my America in 2026? Shocking.
And I agree. I agree with Muse that they're trying to push a race war. That's been, I've never seen them push as hard as they have. Like right now, we have that whole Chud the Builder thing, and the way that they're spinning that and the way they're treating that, they're just asking for it. They realize that term of what do they call it? Fatigue, white fatigue. That's getting pushed hard.
I know, and you're not also allowed to talk about, if you break down, since the Industrial Revolution, it is a white genocide. But you're not allowed to talk about that.
No. So some
like,
dumbass
if you look at the entirety of the planet, like, it's not even a question. I feel like white men used to be like 18% of the planet. Now they're like 7%.
Yeah. Well, part
White
of it's our own damn
specifically.
faults. Part of it's our own damn faults. Yeah.
Because them Latinos got that booty.
Yeah, we lose a lot to that. And then women, for especially like in my generation, like fucking there's a whole generation of women that the fucking most risque, cool thing they could do was go sleep with somebody that's not white. Like, that was the thing. Bring home a colored person to dad of whatever color. And that became this giant, like, social push that was super interesting.
100 pounds overweight, but you got a car with insurance. You
Yeah.
can date anyone you want.
Like, that was the whole generation of love has no color. I only date black guys, though.
With cars.
Yes. Oh, the free trade was horrible. I 100% agree with that. And that was one of the things that Trump that was selling that I was all about. Like, fucking right, put tariffs on all this fucking out of country shit. Put giant tariffs on it. Yes, it becomes more expensive. Then start buying American good.
I'm with you on it. I'm with you on tariffs.
Agreed.
Because even vehicles, nobody can afford, like, it's not just a housing crisis. It's like a vehicle crisis. It's like, not because everybody's making horrible money. It's because everything has jumped an amount in price that doesn't fit wages. It's insane. It's insane. And if you try to get anything used, this is what other countries, your old car has good metal in it, your old clothing has good fabric in it. And so other countries have bought all our thrift, taken all our old cars and old metal. And so we get this plastic piece of shit for our clothing, for everything.
that cash for clunkers fucking decimated the used car
Oh,
industry.
jeez.
Where you could go get a car
Retarded.
for a couple $100 that ran and would get you around, and now that
It would
you
run
open up
forever.
the paper and yeah, and now you open up and look for cars and you can't find something underneath 3,000 that runs. Like they want 1,500, and you look at the picture and the engine's gone and it has no tires and like must bring a trailer, you know.
And any mechanical issue has tanked the car. The car is not even usable. Like a
Fuck
doctorate
yeah,
in mechanics.
dude. The brakes went out on my fucking car, and it's just a stupid little Honda Pilot, and fucking it was $80 for one rotor. I was like,
Jesus.
this isn't the yeah. I was like, this is a fucking $20 fucking rotor, and it was $200 for a set of pads and a rotor for a fucking piece of shit Honda. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Fucking kidding me? And I'm doing the work myself, and we're still talking $200.
I hate computer cars.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a computer car too, but I don't have a beater right now. I usually always have like an old American beater truck as well as whatever's modern, and I just have a computer car right now, and I just miss my. I felt like I could do everything to it. I could just take the door apart if I wanted, or stick my arm all the way, like get whatever I need. Now I feel like everything's some tool I don't have. I have to take some piece of plastic off that has some sticker on it that says, if you remove this piece of plastic, your warranty's void. It's
no, you voided the warranty. Did you get the warranty when you bought it at Walmart? Did you pay the $7 to get the warranty and the $200 vacuum cleaner?
Never.
What?
Tax.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Walmart sells warranties on everything now.
It'll ask you a couple questions on the machine. Slide your card and say yes to a few questions. Do you want insurance on this thing? No.
This hairdryer comes with insurance. 2 years for $49.99. Sweet. What is it?
Like it's $12 for the hairdryer.
Rachel, you've really got to settle yourself down. Just because we said that we discussed the validity of one thing that was proposed, nobody said that Trump was fucking great. Nobody said that. We can individually look at the different policies that he's put forward or promised and not actually followed through with, and we can weigh and measure those things individually with either liking him or not liking him. That's called being an adult. Just like we can look at two different groups and say, yep, don't like either of those groups. We don't have to go, well, I must like one group. See, this is where we get caught in this fucking duopoly where you've decided that there is only two choices to make. And unfortunately, if you're going to keep watching the show, you're going to notice that we don't fall into that we don't need to choose A or B. We realize that there's C, D, E, and F, and we can make our own fucking choices because
fucking Ben is not a Trump fan. He's not gonna. He just like I think tariffs were a good thing. That's it. Just a tariff idea. Why does everything have to attach to another thing in people's head? Like just the tariff idea.
In zero way am I a Trump fan. I've spoke out about Trump's, and earlier she's going on about Jews. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm a fucking Odinist. Yeah, like you are preaching to the fucking choir with this.
Dude, all the other times you tune in, you could probably find 1,000 hours of us just talking about Israel alone. Like I was just like, can I also bring this up? Like
Jesus,
we are equal haters over here.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
You should hear me talk about Canadians.
Maybe like find a political channel that suits you or something.
You should hear me talk about Indians.
Seems like you've fallen into a very specific niche where other people can't fucking have thoughts outside of that niche. You should maybe either leave that or go find your way back into it. I don't know, one or the other.
Start your own podcast. It's always an option. And then invite us. Yeah.
Like, guess what? We can think that Israel is horrifying and that Benjamin Milikowski is one of the worst human beings on earth, and also still not want Muzzies to come over and change our society either. It's weird how we can do both. In fact, as a matter of fact, I can even add in things like, and I'm in Northern California, so we're flooded with Bulgarians. And guess what? Bulgarians, even though they're as white as me and they come from the Rus Vikings, they don't live a lifestyle that matches our lifestyle. They're very bad. They're very rough people to live around. They destroy everything around them. And I don't want them around.
Well, they are
And that's
Eurovision
pretty
winners. They've won the Eurovision. They're going to host the country. So there are some good things we could say about that.
Well, that's the slot. Didn't the Slavics
GIs.
win the Eurovision?
Bulgarians.
I love Cubans.
Mm-hmm.
I love Cubans. I
Cigars.
feel like part of Florida, like the
Mhm.
vibe here is because of Cubans.
Like
Cubans
for
are
me,
pretty cool.
if I'm being honest, the people I get along with the best usually is straight up fucking jumped the border immigrant Mexicans. They're typically hardworking, conservative, family-oriented farm people, and I get along with them people.
Yeah.
Just how
I
it
dig
is.
the Mexicans.
They feed me well. I'm
Oh
appreciative.
God, yeah, and they are
Thankful.
cooking. They are some
Oh, yeah.
cookers. How do you not sit down with some of them and eat and then not be their friends? That's called breaking bread
Oh, yeah.
or breaking a burrito, whatever the fuck you want.
There's some
I like
culture
Southerners
happening.
most of all. Just Southerners in general.
Yeah.
I don't really care about their color.
Oh, dude, Guatemalans are some of my favorite people ever.
Have you seen these Minnesotans? This is Minnesota culture here. Take a peek at this video. Tell me what you see.
So what?
Yeah.
What is going on there?
It's a giant
raising their
pencil
arms in praise.
sharpener. Yeah, they have a giant pencil sharpener.
Was there a
Referring
giant
to it?
pencil under it?
He's doing the Ricola sound there.
At
The Swiss
least
guy.
it's not going into anybody's butthole.
Yeah, not in the bungholes. No, they're raising a giant pencil sharpener. It's a very important cultural thing that just happened in Minneapolis.
What? There was no pencil? Oh, there's the
yes,
pencil.
there was a giant pencil, and once a year they sharpen it. Yeah, they celebrate the sharpening of a
It
giant.
looks like they ruined it. They bent the tip of the pencil.
Did they?
I have such a weird tism, but the pencil definitely looked like when they pulled the sharpener off, the lead was broken.
You fucked it up.
Yeah, like if that were my pencil, I would be like, oh, that the second I press on that lead, it's gonna break. I need to resharpen this pencil.
Come on, jerks.
You might look at this video and say, "What's the point?" I would say, "Welcome to Minnesota. This is our culture."
The heaviest pencil.
You must be so proud. Yeah.
It's the world's largest sharpened pencil. Come look.
Yeah.
And a lot of people did. That was a substantial, decent sized crowd.
Were they?
Yeah,
doing this
whoever
together?
that pencil could have won the Kentucky primary.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, Ashley. I'm Benjamin Balderson.
Oh, I
We're
thought she
all
was
heads
talking about
tonight.
somebody in the pencil video, and so I was looking in the pencil video for the astute guy.
Oh, there's many astute people in videos. Many layers to this.
Yeah, I would not want to live around Somalians either. The ones that showed up in it wasn't Somalians. Fuck, what's the country that they flooded into South Dakota there for a little while?
With the open slave
Hmong?
trade still.
Kenya?
Yeah,
Hmong.
Kenyans.
Kenyans?
And that was
Jamaican bobsledders, Hmong.
The problem is you can't take people that live in a high trust society and then import people that are not from a high trust society. That's the real problem.
The melting pot gets real hot.
Yeah, it's not a good deal. You know, and this is again why, like a lot of the people from the southern areas where it's very family oriented, very conservative, farm oriented, I get along with fine. That's more of the same lifestyle that I experience. Where even, like I said, the Bulgies, they got no problem with ripping you off, fucking you over, tearing up everything around, and just using it up for what they can take and leaving. And nobody cares for that.
Sprinklers are on tonight in the neighborhood.
Sprinklers.
Is this a free dog bath shower situation?
Yeah, the melting pot idea is just not a good idea. It's not something they pretend like our country started with that. Absolutely, we didn't. The melting pot comes from a book literally called The Melting Pot. That was liberal propaganda from the early 1900s.
It's fondue metaphor.
Yeah.
I don't even think we all get along as Americans. Our states, like, what in the earth? We don't agree, and it's okay about so much. How could we? Our climates are so different. Our people are so different. Our history is so different. It's fine. Like, I don't need to. We need less government and more localized.
100%. 100%. The federal government needs to go back to where the only thing that it controls is interstate trade and protecting our overall border. That's your two jobs. Get your fucking nose out of the rest of this. Keep to your damn selves. Guard our border and govern the interstate trade between two different states. Other than that, get the hell out. And even inside the states, I don't think some of these states like California is too big. It's too diverse and too bulky. At the very least, it needs to separate into the very urban Southern California and the very rural Northern California. The two things, and they're both big enough to fucking. I live like 3 or 4 hours from the northern border of California, and I can drive almost 20 before I reach the southern border of California. Like that we can, there's enough room for us to split that shit.
Yeah, it makes sense to me that it's split. Like North and South Carolina.
Yeah. They won't do it because we're the water reservoir for Southern California. Like that's a literal desert. Yeah, they'd be fucked. They'd have to pay for importing the water. And it definitely was a melting pot of Northern European people. Although we did not have the forced integration that we've seen. Like there was literal forced integration in our country for a while. Where even when it was just Northern European different groups, they kept to themselves. Like where I'm from is a super Germanic area. Like there's still people that speak High German as their normal everyday language. And that's part of where the accent comes from. And if you go right over to Iowa, we call them Iwegians because they're all Norwegians over in that one corner. And then you can find the Swedish spots, so on and so forth. Yeah, Jeffersonia.
Yeah, I think it's kind of sweet a little bit. It's okay if we're not all mixed. It doesn't mean we don't have to all get along and respect each other's culture and respect each other's way of life and history. And I don't know. I just think so much of our program, when we hear it's like Rockefeller in front of the name of everything. It's like Rockefeller medicine and Rockefeller education and Rockefeller. I'm like, I don't know. That could be like Mickey Mouse.
It has to be high trust society to high trust society, though, in order to make that transition. Like you take like Indian society. When you take a low class Indian person, and India is a class system, it's a caste system. So they have their Brahmin class all the way down to their low class. The people from that low class system, lying and cheating and stealing and being nasty, that is part of their culture. That's what they do. And you can't expect them to come over here and not treat us the way that their culture has taught them to be. Fucking, this is just the way that it is. So you can't integrate people that are not high trust into a high trust society, or else you're going to have severe problems.
Yeah, like the NACU, the oh, I forgot the organization of lawyers.
Oh, the ACLU or the
ACLU, yeah, it's when a low trust society enters a high trust society. They create legal groups. Never mind.
I
Which
don't have problems. I have
which
pickleballs.
protect the low trust society. Oh, Marcus is breaking into the pickleballs.
Oh, what's he got?
The real deal. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the time before pickleball courts took over everywhere. There's a guy who got real upset about pickleball courts, tore a net down. He was in the news. Pull up the story here. Where was it? Pocono Township vandalized a pickleball and tennis nets at two parks after a pickleball injury. Surveillance showed him cutting nets. Yeah, surveillance, maybe flock cameras, showed him cutting nets.
If he can't play, nobody can play.
He returned May 14th after park closing. Yeah, name of Saif Kaleem, who admitting to cutting multiple nets because his summer was ruined because of maybe a rotator cuff injury on a pickleball court.
What nationality is Saif?
Saif Kaleem.
This just doesn't surprise me at all, because when you look at India, even though they glamorize it in America, that shit is literally like most of the cities in India look like a trash dump. We're like, what the fuck is going on right there right now? That's the way they that's the way they live. And then we bring them in here and then expect them to live differently.
And we're like, hey, lady, don't shit in the river. Yeah, she's like, what? It's fine. I'm washing my clothes.
Yeah. Wash my clothes. It's okay.
What's your problem?
No shit.
I also enjoy Indian food as long as it's not made with feet.
It's all made with feet.
Yeah, I enjoy I enjoy curry. My wife makes this cold salad with that orzo rice and curry. It's fucking delicious. But I don't want my house smelling like I painted it with curry.
No.
I could just be a gastrointestinal issue.
Well, the actual painting the house in curry is a gastrointestinal issue.
And agreed, Mexico is known for its cartels, but the people of Mexico, I 100% agree. The people are not like that. And it's the same for us. Our government's bloodthirsty terrorists, but the American people are decent people.
Yeah, it's like we even have a war machine, but when our boys are like young, that's why they sign them up so young, because their instilled thing of being a man is there, and they're like, oh, let's take that and break that before they use that and make America better, like from the inside. But I do think even the energy behind what makes a young kid sign up, like he has this ideal of what he thinks he wants to protect and serve. It's not the war machine that we all know it to be, but it's like that energy that makes him do that isn't necessarily a corrupt energy. It's just been corrupted.
We all out here just trying to cover our own asses.
That's why I don't feel bad about having served in the army, even though I realized that the Iraq war was fake and everything behind it was fake. And it all bullshit. Well, it wasn't fake. We did it for false reasons. Even though I realized that we're just a fucking industrial machine and I did nothing to protect my family. They tricked me into, into what I did. I'm not the bad guy. I was fucking 17 years old and stupid. I couldn't see past the end of my dick, and I was trying to do the right thing and be a good person. and they took advantage of that. They're the dickheads.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I think too.
Yeah, that 17-year-old boy that wanted to do the right thing and provide for and protect his family and his country. Don't That's is what pisses me off about all these fucking punks that fucking go on about the soldiers. And they're like, oh, they're killers. They're such bad people. Dude, you're a bitch that fucking never fucking stood up for nothing in your fucking life, and you're crying from your keyboard in your grandma's basement. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk shit about the dudes that had the balls to stand up for their country. They just didn't know better. That's why they fucking send recruiters around fucking like stink on shit to high schools, because they got to get them kids before they know anything.
Yeah.
That's why they fucking are at every sporting event. They're freaking displaying it in all these places that it glamorizes it, and these kids don't know better. When you're 17, you don't understand world politics.
No, it's simple in your head.
Yep. I mean, shit, I'll never forget it. Saddam Hussein's people were fucking taking babies out of incubators and throwing them on the ground and stomping on them. And he was testing chemical weapons on his own people. Holy shit. How could you not want to get rid of this guy? Like, look at the evil he is. You're not evil. You're a good guy. You good guys want to stop evil. Like, and you know, like
Testing
we
on
didn't
our
even
own
have,
guys, that's right.
we didn't even have access to the internet back then. Like, where the hell was this information? That hindsight fucking 30 years later, gloriously gives you. Fucking, where was it back then? You can't hold that against those people. This is part of why so many soldiers, veterans live out where I do. Literally right above my neighbor right here is a fucking Vietnam vet. And there's like 50 other vets just in this little area, because we are disenfranchised from society and the government because of the things we've seen.
The government knows it. And I remember that probably like pre-FEMA camps, like one of the like old things Alex Jones would always talk about is like one day all the veterans will be on a terrorist list.
We already are. We are. That is
The
literally one of the reasons to be on the terrorist watch list. Having a beard, missing teeth, having a stock of ammunition, having a food supply for more than a week. All these things are, you might be a terrorist.
Does missing teeth equate to belief in the tooth fairy?
I'm not 100% sure where
Yes.
the missing teeth thing comes in on the terrorist, but it's on the list. The list is shocking.
Something about not wanting to go to the dentist.
Probably
war
won't take
machine is the blood sacrifice.
Yeah, the war machine continues. There are many so-called e-girls who are influencers, getting people to be hype about military and recruitment and things. They're very, very annoying. Have you seen any of them?
Yes.
yes.
There's one of them. She goes to defense contractors as a foreign honeypot to find every major American defense contractor. She's like a little anime character. Cover yours if you can't stand obnoxiously cute. Here we go.
Come with me as a foreign honeypot to find every major American defense contractor. Let's go! Northrop Grumman, Boeing, L3 Harris, BAE Systems, General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin.
Yay! Isn't it so cute?
I don't even understand what the fuck that was.
She's pointing out the awesome companies that you could work for as a defense contractor after joining the military, and then you could get a job at these places.
Fuck
Defense
no.
contractors. The war machine, man.
Yeah, the defense contractors are the ones that because here's another fact. When these people shit on soldiers, what they don't realize is more and more heavily they're having to depend on mercenaries. Because soldiers we love the people of our country. Mercenaries do whatever the fuck you pay them to do. They don't give a shit, however nasty.
They have
dirty.
no Geneva Convention.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Like-
so you can't get soldiers to do certain things that they will buck the fucking system. You know, there's and you can look this up historically. There's all kinds of wars where the soldiers just said, nah, not fighting today, motherfuckers. And it don't matter what the general thinks. If the soldiers aren't going to fight, they aren't going to fight. And this is again why the mercenary groups are getting larger and more powerful by far.
Privatized.
Yep.
It's where a lot of the post-traumatic stress comes from that nobody talks about, is the guys that are going back, and their second and third and fourth tour isn't a tour anymore. It's for a private company. They're working and they're going over. Why after shit's destroyed, there's other companies and contractors that are in to build infrastructure, but they have to be protected the whole time they're building the infrastructure. And so then these guys are lawless. They don't have anything. They don't have an American army to answer to, or a military that if they do something off color, it's bad. It's like literally they have no flag on them. They're just walking around doing whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of BlackRock, Halliburton, like
Yeah.
they all have like
Yeah,
mercenary.
I had a friend whose brother was a contractor, and he said they used to just some days they would just go shooting folks as they were driving around. They'd shoot out, backwards and shoot people following them just to see who could get more people killed.
That's right. Can't get a FOIA.
Yeah.
They can't be held. They can't be held the Geneva Convention. They can't be held to. The government can't be pinned for the wrongdoings that they do.
Yep.
All fucking quit farting on my lap,
And
motherfucker. God.
They make crazy money too for a short,
Yeah.
they'll be over for like 7-8 months and make, comfy 6 figures.
Yeah, my buddy
Go outside
left
and
his
take a
wife for a
shit.
hooker when he was he started smuggling drugs. Like he was getting steroids and other stuff and bringing it over and selling it.
Mm,
Yeah, he's not a good guy.
yeah.
Well, after his mental health breakdown, he wasn't a good guy. Pretty much saw all the ghosts of the people that he killed like every day
Hmm.
in his adult life afterwards.
Well, the
Haunting him.
steroids, those are real. They're marketed to men and women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now they have the enhanced games where you are encouraged to be all doped up and participate in the competitions.
Or it just
Yeah.
makes the older athletes able to participate.
Yeah. And I hear Major League Sports fans, MLB, Major League Baseball fans who actually prefer and have fond memories of the times when people were hitting 100 home runs a game. They were just so amped up to get an asterisk next to their name. But the baseball games were much more exciting. So when they start regulating and testing
Everybody knew.
for doping and roids,
I think in reality, and this hurts people when they watch sports, but everybody's on freaking steroids. Everybody is on steroids. Everyone is doing shit, and it's who has enough money to get away with shit.
Yeah.
Like Lance Armstrong was just a
Same
fall guy.
rules.
He was like not the only guy doing that exact same thing on the course forever. It's just like almost like the Olympics is just showing whose country has the best technology to get away with the doping. That's what I think. Wasn't there that whole movie on Netflix called like Attica or something? I don't remember what it was called, but it was all about the Russian doping scandal.
Yeah.
And remember how superior they were for decades at every sport?
I don't even know why we pretend anymore. Isn't somebody starting a sports league that they don't even fucking test, where they're just like, you know what? We aren't even fucking around anymore. We're here to show the fucking limits the human body can do. Fucking, we all want to see fucking Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds go and start crushing balls fucking 500 yards like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Our athletes
Like a
aren't here
back
for a long time. They're here for a good time.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no longevity in this.
I mean, shit, like some of the other, like there's other sports like jujitsu and shit like that, different MMAs. They don't test for anything like that. That's part of how you end up with a Gordon Ryan. Like that guy don't even pretend like he's not on steroids.
Yeah, I don't think like USADA entered into UFC maybe 15 years, maybe 10. Like during the Reebok deal, I think is when they actually start testing like heavily, I think. And another interesting thing I always find is like an USADA is USA doping agency. So they're not testing you in Dagestan. You have to rely on a doping agency there. And so then you end up with the same shit as the Olympics. Obviously, I want my countrymen to win. So we have our testing like come from a specific place. So they just have to be clean by the time they get in the States at the fights in the States.
I mean, who's going to pretend like watching the axe murderer in his late 30s come out looking like a fucking silverback gorilla wasn't a good time? Hey, you know.
There's stories of John Jones, like USADA coming in to test him, and he hid under the ring for hours and hours and hours until they leave. And I always think of Nate Diaz in my head. He's like, everybody's on steroids, or Nick Diaz, everybody. And they're like, who do you think? And he's like, everybody. Everybody's on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
This is absolutely true.
Yeah.
This is definitely coming.
I think it's already here.
Yeah. The same as the way they supposedly made dire wolves, which is basically just a gray wolf with a couple different things turned on in its genetic codes. It's not a dire wolf. They literally just made a gray wolf into a thing that it was already genetically predisposed to be. And you think they aren't going to do that to humans?
Well, this is a disclosure conversation. Disclosure is about hybrids. What are hybrids? Human and alien. What is alien? What's the foreign substances put in their body? At that level of conversation, we know that this has been going on for quite a while, but now to make it common knowledge and to show them off in the same way that, remember, we had a stealth bomber. It was sort of showed off in a sort of secret way. And in the Batman movie, they had that Batwing, which was a stealth bomber design. It's like, look, we have the stealth technology. Look, it's in the Batman movie. Look, it's in real life. Look, we have these games now where there's no rules, essentially. We just want the numbers. We want the records to be broken. Disclosure over time. This is the humor model now. And there are young people, they go through middle school, they get bullied. Well, you got to eat your spinach. Well, spinach takes too long. What are you going to do? Going to take
peptides.
Take the peptides, take the steroids, get big, get swole, get faster.
It's the same as Adderall. Like,
yeah.
People just tried to be normal learners, and then they were competing against kids that they're like on meth. I can stay up all night and write this paper. Good luck trying to keep up, bitch. You're just trying to be a normal kid and have a normal 8-hour sleep schedule. Good luck with that if you're competing for valedictorian this year against Adderall Susie.
Against Adderall Susie.
I know, and I was like, Susie doesn't seem like an Asian girl's name.
Her name's Jessie Spano, and she was Saved by the Bell, and they're bringing back box tops. Remember the box tops on the cereal? They're bringing special edition Saved by the Bell cereal boxes for those who remember. Remember box tops for education? Here's a Saved by the Bell edition. It's all 1990s nostalgia.
So are we going to bring back Camel Bucks then?
Maybe. Cub Foods here. What are they doing? Remember the 90s? 90s.
I'm Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Remember when the one chick did that like super hookery movie?
That was the same one, Jessie Spano, who with her
Showgirls
diet
is a
pills.
art film. It's Paul Verhoeven.
What the hell was that called? Like Showgirls or something?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like when Ben asked about the games after Alan Marcus had him up.
Check the Starlink for the ping. Are we in a delay?
Oh, maybe.
What happened? Did we lose Balderson?
No, it's a late night in the cabin. We are 6 hours into a stream.
A streaming night.
Yeah.
Wait, 6 hours into this stream?
Almost, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The show
You
is
are
about
watching an after show.
This
Yeah,
is our
it's
members
online.
only after stream. Indeed, yeah. Our show is called Uncle Ted Talks, live streaming every Tuesday nights. AlanMarcus.com is a real web page with links to Uncle Ted Talks every Tuesday night. Cheney, Jem, Balderson, myself, we've all streamed together for many months. We have plenty of
8
content
years.
we've produced together. Yeah, 80 years. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been
Dude, I
40
would.
years.
Oh, Mater Raid!
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sarah.
Keep the stream going.
What's up, Uncle Guns? There's
Mhm.
Brick.
Welcome to Uncle Ted Talks. Looks like we got some mail. Do we have mail?
Snizzler. Snizzler.
Oh, the Snizzlers here.
Oh, that's a great name.
You know, I got pickle balls in a chip container. It's a lot easier to open than a jar. Less wrist strength required. Don't need as much tensile strength to tear it open. It's the real deal.
Oh, that's a great name.
I like how someone's like, I don't know what this show's about.
Well,
You're
it's
like,
about pets.
here.
It's about love bombs and care packages and mail delivery and Captain Planet and Ted Turner and Ted Kaczynski and Ted Bundy. It's about TED Talks. It's about the industrial civilization and the consequences. It's about America and what is an American.
America.
It's about all these things.
America.
It's about wizards
I love-
weaving late
I
into the
love
night.
Ted's TED Talk there, where he's animated his legs, so he's kicking
yeah.
his legs in the middle of talking. Such a great move.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Show
I'm
that
gonna
to the
do that.
internet. Well, we'll add more to it.
Yeah.
We live in a society of industrial disaster. And that, my friends, is why this Newsweek is so vital. It's a game changer.
Looking for the Unabomber.
Just because
Looking for the Unabomber, found the Unibrow.
Just
Mm,
because industrial society has ruined the human spirit doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to sexy dance.
that's true.
Right.
When you are on stage, you are expected to perform. Mhm.
And that's funny. On Sarah Tomatoes, we were just talking about the CRISPR going to be making super athletes. We actually on Sarah Tomato sometime in the next week, we have a debate with one of the CRISPR doctors
Oh, wow. Cool.
on whether CRISPR is ethical.
Absolutely not.
Well, it'll be like everything is already there and we just turn it on or turn it off.
Yeah.
Okay, God.
Well, and that where I have a problem is like, let's look at medications. The list of side effects for medications is staggering for any given medication. What the fuck's gonna happen when you go in and start tinkering with our actual genome? Like that's
Nobody
fucking
knows.
insane.
You'll never
I
be the
just think you
same.
protect your DNA.
Yeah.
I think there's a
Human
little
race.
secret locked in there, like Indiana
Yeah.
Jones and the Last Crusade or something. I was about to say the Temple of Doom, but it didn't seem nice to call inside there a Temple of Doom unless you're into that sort of thing.
Now maybe you know
Yeah.
the way that they should really be hitting this is we're gonna turn off lower back pain.
That's what I was thinking. Like, how about instead of like selling me on a designer baby this year, why don't you sell me on like, hey, we can reverse age you 10 years. Let's start there
Yeah.
with the people that we got going. Because they do have that new thing coming out where it's like, we can make your cat live 20 years longer.
What?
Yeah, there's
How
like
do
a
they do
thing.
that?
I don't know. I feel like it's a Chinese
You just,
injection and they
you
can
just feed
make
it
your
people
animal
food
like
instead of cat food.
or a sardine a day.
TEDS,
Yeah,
Bennington,
man.
What's up,
Hello,
Project?
Spin.
Genie.
How are you?
Worn the fuck out.
I'll take
And
a
I
seat.
think I think I
Come on.
lost a couple more fucking brain cells.
Well, that's got to get that starts to get dangerous after a while.
Never mind. How's everybody in here tonight?
You can put some geotags on them, keep track of them, don't keep losing them.
Fuck, I lost them a long time ago, Ted. I did, seriously. I mean, arguing with a... Never mind. Shut up.
I do want to know what the debate was about.
White liberal... Never mind.
I believe it was birthright citizenship tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which honestly, immigration and things like that are my least favorite debates of all time. As I was talking about earlier, of most people that I know, honestly, I like South Americans and Mexicans much better than most other people on the planet that I've met. So, whatever.
I mean, Ben, I'm sure you would have been sick after the first 15 fucking minutes of it, because I sure the fuck was. That's all I'm saying.
Hi, Turkey.
I mean, listen.
Was anybody else on Wick's side, or was it Wick?
No, well, I could say maybe 2 or 3, and then of course, dumbass effigy, and what the fuck is his name? That's how retarded it was. I don't even fucking remember who half the people who were there.
It's a war of attrition. They wear you down.
Oh, let me tell you, I'm gonna sleep really fucking good tonight, Ted. I promise you, I'm going to, because I get so pissed off at, oh, everybody has the right to be here on stolen land. Fuck you and your stolen land. And don't even get me started. Don't even look at Ben. He's laughing. I know he is.
That's a cat fart.
Oh God, that's even worse.
One.
I mean, we live on stolen land, folks.
Yeah.
Remember that. We live on stolen fucking land. We should all be, this is what got me. This is what actually got me, and I don't mean to come in and derail your fun, guys. I'm just saying
We have no rails.
It's all right. We're blowing up, and that cat fart is going to get lit, and
You've got mail.
I'm so fucking worn out. I was gonna come in, I was gonna start a stream and help you guys out, but I am so fucking tired right now. I think I have the finger power to even do it right now. No, but the whole thing boiled down to there is no illegals. No one is illegal. No one. That's what it came down to.
in any country, what countries have open borders? What countries have closed borders?
Any country.
Any country
No one's
ever?
illegal.
Okay.
No one's illegal on stolen land.
Well, I guess at least there's a consistency to it if they say it's any country, because all land has been taken by somebody.
What about your yard? Can I move into your yard?
Come on, you know what? I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. Come onto my land and watch what fucking happens. That's all I'm going to say. That's all
You don't
I'm
want
gonna
somebody
say.
building a tiny home between your sidewalk and the
Squatters'
road?
rights,
I'll
man.
put it to you this way. They're going to build a tiny home. I'm going to make it an even tinier home. How's that?
You have a shrink ray?
Ugh.
The incredible shrinking
No
tiny
comment.
home.
No comment. No comment.
Shrinkflation is real.
Shrinkflation is very fucking real.
It is so real.
I respect Mr. Balderson and the TEDS for I will spare them how I would make it a very tiny home.
Spoil the rod, spoil the child. Have you seen the Michael Jackson movie yet?
No.
Okay. I don't know if that'll help or not.
Oh.
Just need some
More
pop.
brain. Ted, are you trying to giving me some more fucking brain rot before the night's over?
There's a lot to think about. Sometimes we just need to entertain ourselves and laugh.
You know, the entertainment value of the stream tonight was paramount. I will say that. And on certain topics, my brain just goes into hyperdrive and animation. I'm sure, Ben, if you play the last 20 minutes of the stream, you will laugh hysterically. Although I would not recommend it. I would not recommend it on another stream.
Yeah,
because Ben knows me. I mean, listen, the narrative is white liberal women will be the death of America. Okay. And the last, say, 30 minutes of it, I got into a very big argument with one.
Oh.
This is one golden opportunity.
It was a golden opportunity. It was a golden opportunity. You're fucking right. It was. Listen, I can deal with. I can deal with pushback and resistance because obviously we know resistance is futile, right? I think we all can agree resistance is futile.
Turkey.
But when you go into the radical stupidity of these people, that is where my brain starts hurting and I lose probably 1,000 brain cells because their way of thinking does not align with the value of the United States. They spin the narrative, no pun intended, to fit their own way of thinking. They cannot tell you a definition of fascist. What my definition of the word fascist is have them look in the mirror and
Is
look
that
at their own behavior.
Capital F fascist, like proper noun fascist?
Proper noun fascist. Yes.
You get a name tag with your name and it says fascist underneath it?
I don't.
Is there a fascist party to join? Or is fascist just a big boogeyman that everyone's afraid of?
It's a boogeyman, in my opinion. It's a boogeyman.
Is a boogeyman like a straw man? I don't know what the debate terms are.
The debate term is anybody that supports Donald Trump is a fascist.
So what is proof of support? And how is that
They
different
can
from
never
proof of
Ted,
tolerance? Or just
Ted,
proof
the point is they have no proof of it.
Well, we have a president and we can recognize that there's a president. We don't have to agree or disagree with every little thing and keep up with every little action. It's like,
but how does that make a person that wants to make America great again a fascist? It doesn't. That's the point. They can't see that. The term
Trump
MAGA
Trump don't want to make America great. I'll go with your argument that they're nonsense with their fascist shit, but don't give me that Trump will make America great bullshit.
Well,
okay, so then you would concede to the may I say the N word and the ending of it begins or starts with an I.
NVIDIA, Neutrogena,
the whole
Noxzema.
Yes, them, those type of people. We are Noxemas.
Okay.
I'll put it in the back chat.
So maybe Uncle
That's
Balderson.
good. I don't know what you're getting at. Oh, you know, in some degrees, I can see where they're coming from. Specifically, it's a very interesting parallel if you take and I'm not talking about the fascism or whatever they're trying to push concept of it, but it is very interesting how in pre-World War II Germany, like the first books that were burned were transsexual books. The clinics that they talk about getting attacked, transsexual clinics. This entire ideology that you're actually fighting was actually the ideology that the Nazi Party was fighting. So I'm not stating that you're fascist, but I'm saying that the parallels are there that could be had that are very interesting when you're just looking at something historically. And I'm not even saying I disagree with it. I'm against the trans movement and all that also. But I also recognize that is what the Nazis were originally doing.
Well, this person that I was having the libtardien argument with is, I can't say for sure. That person is not here, but I'm just going to allude that they themselves or that person themselves is fake as well.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be very cordial and when I say that person dresses up like a goth person, which listen, I don't have any problems with anybody expressing the way their outs or what they feel their outside appearance should be, but the illusion of or what I alluded to them was your way of thinking is skewed, just like
I'm still trying to figure out how the goth thing is making them fake though.
because the question I asked Ben, and it was a very good one. I said, "Were you born looking like a goth person? Is that the way you were born?"
I guess I'm not sure where you're going here though.
How
Okay.
busy-
What?
Yeah, I was born pale.
Okay. So right. But were you born with makeup on to make your outside appearance, or to altering your outside appearance to fit your own ideology?
Well, I mean, are you against all makeup or just this specific
No.
makeup? You're not against all makeup.
No. What
Well,
I mean, there
then
is
then you're
taste.
not,
There.
then
Okay.
you're
If
not
I
making
have to,
sense to me.
okay, here. If I have to roll fucking makeup on with a paint roller to alter myself or my outside appearance to feel good because I myself am not happy with the way I look naturally, that in my own terms and my own way of thinking is fake.
So basically, all women are fake.
No.
You're still missing me here. You're
Men
having some
wear- men
severe.
wear
You're
makeup
having.
too.
You're having
Everyone
some
in
severe.
movies-
You're having some severe inconsistencies in your logic.
Everyone in front
Okay.
of a camera is powdered with makeup. They all wear cosmetic products, lotion.
I understand, but is that how they truly look in real life? IRL.
No, that's why they put on makeup.
Okay,
Any
so
person-
I should go out and paint myself up like a clown, dye my hair every shade of the rainbow, and promise there's no fruit flavors underneath that
well,
shit.
now you're adding other things in there, but it's
You
not.
can try it. You might like it. You might look in the
No,
mirror
sir.
and say,
Thank you.
"Oh, I like the way I look."
You understand that every woman that puts on makeup is doing it to change her appearance, right?
I understand that. I have that's fine. But when you so maybe I'll put it this way: if I
So, I
have
mean-
to
so, I
paint
mean, like-
myself up to
So I
look
mean,
like
like
a cartoon character,
Tammy Faye Baker, who put her makeup on with a putty knife, but did it in the more classical way. You're just stating that you dislike these people's makeup, and so but the thing that you're being logically inconsistent about is that these people are
Okay.
changing their appearance. Every single person that puts on makeup is changing their appearance.
would you agree a clown in a circus sideshow is fake?
They're a real entertainer.
Yeah.
Okay, they're an entertainer, but they are dressing a part,
yeah,
and altering their appearance,
right, to look like a clown. Sure. Yeah.
to look like a clown. So
Right.
is that clown, after that clown puts his pounds of makeup on, a real person or a fake person with a fake persona?
They're well, it depends on if they carry that all the time. And most people have a fake persona and they're a fake person. I mean, by this logic, if I went for a job interview tomorrow and I decided to put on a suit, and we all know that's not happening. Then
I was going to say Ben in a suit. No,
no, that's never happening. But that would be no different, and it would be me being a fake person, or if I there's 100 ways that I could do that. You know, me putting on lumberjack clothes, putting on clown clothes and clown makeup. You know, again, this is just part of life. I'm failing to see where your logic is.
Okay, if I have to put 5 pounds of makeup on to go out into the community and make myself look like somebody I'm not, because it's apparently or inherently making a certain type of individual accept them, is that fake?
It seems to have served its purpose to rile you up and ruffle your
I mean,
feathers.
I can accept
Really
it as
under your
fake.
skin.
I can accept it as fake. I don't understand why you're not applying that same metric evenly.
Okay, so so you've now conceded that yes, that it is fake.
I can
Can we
concede,
agree?
I
Okay.
can concede that that's fake, but I don't understand how you can
Okay,
have that
so
and then not
so I'm
apply
going to
it.
correlate it. Hold on, Ben. Let me land it. I'll take it back to where I was going with this. Okay, it's fake. So
Sure.
let's go back to the ideology of a libtard.
See, you keep
Yes,
trying
you
to,
can.
you keep trying to
You
pigeonhole
can.
it. You keep trying to pigeonhole it, and this is why your
I know.
logic keeps failing.
Yeah.
Because you want to reserve your judgment for one side of the people. And you're saying, oh, well, the other side that does the same thing, they're okay because I like them. And this is where we have a severe problem, Spin, is that you can't go based off of what you like and don't like. Your metric is failing because you're only holding up that metric to one side.
Well, I don't know if I have ever seen
the girl that puts on 10 pounds of makeup that makes herself look what you think is more attractive is doing the exact same thing as the one you don't like.
I don't think in my mind that anybody that would roll 10 pounds of makeup on and make them look like a satanistic human being would be attractive.
Again, you just keep adding this metric of I don't like it. That's literally what you're saying. And you're trying to
it's not that I don't like it, I don't care.
Well, if you didn't care, you wouldn't have a headache and have been complaining.
Oh no, the headache was the ideology that the headache is we live on stolen land. Everybody and anybody should just come into the country. We should have open borders. We shouldn't care about anybody. We should not have laws. We should not abide by the United States Constitution. I've heard it all, and it's sickening.
I've never heard any of them say that you shouldn't abide by the Constitution. In fact, most of them
watch the Raging Tomatoes stream in its entirety. Everything.
I'm definitely not going to do that
because it'll make your brain hurt.
Well, and I despise the specifically the immigration debates surrounding immigration. I particularly dislike them. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but anytime that comes up, I just stop talking.
Oh, I know. You're just there. Yeah, I know.
It's not something both sides in the debate. And this is usually the case. Usually both sides are completely completely whacked out and full of shit. But in that one in particular, I find that one particularly horseshit all around.
What'd you all think of that book, The Catcher in the Rye?
Is a pretty decent book.
I've never read it, but I've heard about it.
Is everyone a bunch of fakers and no one's being authentic anymore and everyone's fake?
Well,
are you seeking authenticity from everyone at all times?
What I'm seeking is facts. I would love in a perfect world, and I don't think you would disagree with this, there should be some sort of authenticity to everyone, right?
Sure.
In a perfect world. Do I think that the good buddy system applies there? Well, because Daddy believes this, I should believe that. I believe that's how the world is working now. Nobody can have a singular thought. And I would advocate for everybody, as I advocated for my children, to have your own opinion. That is how I raised them, whether it is skewed or not. But just because I believe in conservative politics, I do not and would not push my ideas or say that you have to believe in what I believe in. It is, and I'm sorry, Cheney, I'm gonna use you as an example for a second. I have to. I have a daughter that believes that she does not like a specific sex. I'm gonna skirt around it, right?
So
I'm gonna
that's your
skirt
pain,
around
that's your pain point.
I'm not
Are you
pained by
saying
it.
Cheney's a lesbian?
Yes.
Is this about your daughter?
What
Yes,
the hell?
this is about my daughter. This is
Okay.
about my daughter. Okay, I'm speaking of my daughter, nobody else's. Okay, I want to be very clear
Mm-hmm.
because Ben will yell at me for a very long time if I would. Yeah, we've had this conversation. Anyway, so my daughter feels that she wants to explore that side of life.
Well, how old is your daughter? Over 18, under 18?
Well over 18.
Well, there you go. She's an adult.
Okay.
You raised her. Your job is over.
My job isn't over. Trust me. my wallet says it's not fucking over. What I'm alluding to here is this. This started prior to her being of age. Okay. She went from being a girl to being non-binary. Then she went back to I do not boys are bad, women are good, and that has been the consistency. However, he has not had any experience with a woman or a guy
that you know of.
No, I do know. Trust me, I do know. And there's a reason. And we're not going to go into that here. So
yeah, but this makes it difficult because you're talking about authenticity, and now you're opening up, and it just.
But the flip flop is the unauthenticity part to it. The unauthentic part, because you could be talking to her 2 months from now and she allegedly has a boyfriend. Now,
I mean, that sounds more confused than inauthentic. She sounds very confused. I don't know that that's an inauthentic thing. I mean, you know, it's a little bit sad that she hasn't, you know, that she's reached adulthood without finding some stability in herself. But it just sounds like she hasn't found that stability. And while I did not go through my sexuality was not part of my try on different hats phase. It's not like I didn't do different things and try different things and check different things out and decide which ones I liked and didn't like. I just did that a lot earlier than what your daughter apparently is.
Well, you know, me as a person, I ask the question, what do you like about one sex and what do you dislike about that sex, and vice versa. Sure. And the response that I got was, I don't know.
Well, again, that would bring me back to she's confused.
And then it comes back to, well, you know, I really think I'm non-binary. That's the response. And I'm like, that makes no sense. I mean, to me, I am a realist. Okay, I'm a national.
I mean, I agree. I agree.
Realist.
The non-binary is very confused, and it's not a particular thing for this reality. I'm just not sure how it's her being inauthentic. She sounds very confused, and the confusion is
the confusion's there. Oh yes,
right.
I don't disagree.
So,
I would
I mean,
to say yes.
Being confused, I don't understand how you expect her to follow this path that you think when she doesn't even know what the path is, apparently.
The path that she sees on TikTok is whatever the trends on TikTok are. That's what she follows.
Well, I mean, I can understand that, but I'm still not sure that falls under inauthentic. She's just not a stable person and is very confused. And further, like my wife doesn't wear any makeup. I also appreciate authenticity. I don't think
My
any
wife
woman
does
needs
not
to
either.
wear. But
My
on
wife
the
does not either.
and I can hold the value that you do, that everybody should be authentic, but at the same time, I wouldn't look at a person that did their makeup one way and a person that did it another way and say this person's fake and this person's not, just because I thought this makeup looked nice. I'm failing to see where some of your logic are landing here.
No, I see your point, Ben. And this is why Ben and I get along.
Yeah.
This is why we get along so well. Because he makes me think a lot further and outside of the box, no pun intended. More than what, and my wife sometimes calls me very shallow-minded. And I don't know, I guess it's true. I am a little shallow-minded when it comes to sensitive topics like this because, as a child, I never was exposed to it.
Yeah.
I never was.
You don't have to play pronoun games with your kids.
Oh,
I don't think you have to play any non-binary bullshit with your kids. I don't think you have to lean into it at all. I think like there used to be something okay. We used to be able to see a man in a tutu and fucking stripes up his face and be like, that's an insane person. Stay away from that person. And then it became a whole society of let's stick up for the man and let him around the most vulnerable of society. Let's let the person we all obviously know is insane around the women and children in the bathroom with the shut doors. And let's all stick up for this thing. Like that's
Cheney,
really
you brought up no, you are absolutely right. You brought up the pronoun bullshit. That person asked me what my fucking pronouns were. You know what I fucking told her? Apple and fucking banana. That is exactly what I told her. That's my fucking pronoun.
I don't have to learn. I don't want to play Munchausen's with anyone. I don't care whatever thing you're telling me. If you're walking around with a helmet on and you're like in a spacesuit and you're like, okay,
Howard,
call me Captain Alan Marcus, and this is what you have to call me. All right, homie, because I'm a polite person. I'll call you Captain AlanMarcus.com. I'll call you this, but I'm not playing along in the supermarket with you that we're in space. And that's where I feel like it's coming to. Like, look, I'll be polite. I'll call you whatever you want me to call you. But I'm not going to also play along with your rubber baby and your whatever new things that are happening. And this is, we used to just be like, that's an insane person.
Yeah.
Katie,
like,
I haven't thought about the rubber baby syndrome in
away
a long
from
time.
that person. This is there's more of them now than ever before. I know. This is insanity.
I like I said, I haven't heard of the rubber baby syndrome in a long time. And by the way, that's in the DSM-5. By the way, rubber baby syndrome, where
rubber baby buggy bumper.
Yes, rubber baby buggy bumper, because they're pushing these motherfuckers around in baby carriages. Seriously. They said, "Oh, I gave birth to this thing." When you went to fucking Walmart and fucking bought it for $9.99, are you fucking stupid? Do you think I'm fucking stupid?
And no. I know where people say that this is talking points or this is propaganda or this is whatever. I thought some of it too. And then in real life, nope. grown
It's there.
men in the restroom at Target with my young nieces, or girl in school now needs a litter box too in the restroom because
Oh,
she
fuck.
identifies as a cat. I always thought that was fake, you guys.
No.
I thought the
Nope,
kids, I
it's not.
really thought my nieces were like, oh, let's get one over on Aunt Cheney.
Cheney, and
No,
here's
that
the
was
best
real
one.
life.
Here's the fucking best one. We now need tampons in the boys' restrooms for cis men and cis women in the boys' bathroom.
No, that's not new. That's been going on. I mean, Tim Waltz fucking
right. Tim Waltz did that, but in
That's why
the
they call him
university.
Tampon Tim.
Now wait a minute. In the
That is why they call him
university,
Tampon Tim.
Yeah.
in the University of
blown.
Virginia,
Yep.
University of Virginia, 1 year ago, they installed free menstrual products. Now free. They put $5 million budget on this for female menstruation products in all restrooms. Boys, girls, okay, I can vibe with the fucking girls' room because okay, yeah, if they start bleeding in the middle of the class, they won't run home. Okay, go to the restroom, get one.
Well, question
Right?
for you: are you upset if you walk into a women's restroom and there's male condoms in there?
No, but I wouldn't walk into a woman's restroom.
Well, I mean, I don't really know that those two things compare.
Maybe
Mark.
you're the janitor. I mean, is that what we're talking about? I mean, there was people upset that prophylactics were offered in public restrooms. A child could get a condom. Well,
okay, but is that child going to have 50 cents or $1?
Maybe.
I'm talking about child.
Right.
Maybe.
Well,
hold on.
There were
Here's
some
a better question.
bathrooms that were offering them at no charge. You need one. There's the access. There it is.
Okay, and when that child or said child, well, first of all,
So
define
is
a
it a matter of
child.
hospitality? If you go into a public bathroom, do you have an expectation that there's toilet paper?
I would have an expectation that there would be toilet
so
paper.
let's
Yes.
let's progress that. Let's have more amenities in the bathroom. Do we want?
Well, I mean, I'm with Ant on this one when he says that they should just put the products like that in the nurse's office, and that just ends this whole bullshit thing.
Absolutely, that was abso-fucking-lutely. That's where honestly, that was my landing the plane. Yes, they should be
The
in a
condoms
nurse's
though with the
office.
sex in the school. What in the earth? Like so
Well,
much
it's
sex
what
in the school all the time.
me,
that is not
that would
the
be
same conversation at all as a freaking girl's pad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
my point is, it's progress. We've already got toilet paper in the bathrooms. We have hand sanitizer. We have soap in the bathrooms. We need to make progress. What's the next thing we can put in the bathrooms? See, this is where progress pushes forward, and then conservatism says, no. We agree toilet paper is a benefit for everybody. Well, why don't we have an argument about putting in bidets or sponges or different wash buckets? Like, well, it's a hygiene issue for some. People come at it from different perspectives.
Okay, so what would the
And girls can have condoms in that because they're using penises. It's for them too. Like that, it makes sense for a girl to have a condom. There's no reason for a boy to ever have a tampon. Unless they have a broken nose, in which case, big up yourself. Big up yourself for knowing that. It is the best thing to plug a broken nose with.
I believe it was a old military trick, wasn't it, Ben?
Oh yeah,
that you put gauze. So in turn,
we used it. We used it in wrestling.
Nose, you put a tampon up there.
We used it in wrestling and in the military.
Yeah, I was going to say that was an old military thing where they did that.
Then if that's the excuse, then they can put gauze in a little machine inside the men's room.
Okay, that I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that.
There just doesn't need to be like so much stuff, but like somebody wrote it in there. It is probably all just a way. They're like, cool. We probably look at Minnesota and they're like, oh my gosh, they spent $60 million on tampons in the boys' locker room. It's just like a loophole that money goes out of, that we're all debating this on whether, but it's not even
if we're
happening.
talking about Minnesota, how much money do you think Timmy Walls or Tampon Timmy would have made for doing it? How many kickbacks from Kotex and whatever the fuck, all their XYZ fucking
It's
brands
probably
are
some
out there.
Chinese tampon filled with fiberglass. Let's be real. It's probably not even Kotex.
I don't even want to think of fucking fiberglass.
Y'all,
Yeah,
don't
it's
you know
not a
what's in
premium
bleached
product.
ass nasty tampons? Don't you
It's-
know the stuff women? There's a conspiracies for girls that
Yeah.
you guys don't even know about. And fiberglass is a huge thing that was a thing. Like bleached stuff inside your goods is not good. And think of girls, just thousands of things they're shoving up there, bleach and just pulling out skin. Like the whole entire industry that girls have to deal with separate from men. That's why I'm like, please don't cut your penis off and pretend you have a vagina. Like,
Well, and
your
that's
open
the
scar
other
is not
landing point. That's the
Well,
other landing
part
point
of it is
I have.
education too, and men have questions about menstruation, and if they have access to the products, they can tear it back open, they can play around with it, they can figure out what it's about, and then they're not afraid of it. And when their wife or girlfriend or sister or daughter needs a product, they're not going to reel and freak out about it. I mean, this is part of the education. It's a public school
What are
system,
they?
right?
Hey, honey, will you go under the sink and hand me that closed package? Like, get at it. This is a silly debate. We have to educate them. Let's put a fucking blue. Why not just on the back of the door put a little description what tampons are? If you were curious, here's how they work.
Or
Here's
here,
a link. Take
let's
a
do
picture of it
this.
with your phone. And it'll show it
we
go
would
into a
end up.
little rubber vagina.
They would end up having to fucking. They would end up fucking having to bust all kinds of boys sitting there jacking off to the little pictures on there of them sticking a tampon up there. Oh my god.
I mean, why don't we just announce on the bathroom door, woman menstruating, if you don't want to know, don't enter. How about that?
But at some point you have to say, you gotta become an adult. You have to just realize that these are things that exist in the world. Here they are. And maybe it's a matter of having a high trust society where everybody has access to the education to be aware of what these things are. And if you go to a fast food place and everybody steals all the napkins and they steal all the straws and they steal all the ketchup packages, well, then maybe you got to go to the front and say, please, sir, may I have one package of barbecue sauce for my chicken nuggets? We had a high trust society. People could self-serve at the beverage machine and they'd have refills and they wouldn't make a mess of it. We had bathrooms publicly available where people would take just the amount of toilet paper they needed and they'd clean up their space after they used it, and it was fine. But now we live in a society where everyone's angry. No one trusts corporations. Yeah, I can steal anything I want because I need it, this type of thing.
I get
It's a
it.
cycle. Yeah.
No, I get where you're going with it, Ted. It's just, to me, mind-boggling of the sheer lack of, well, I don't want to say lack of education, but lack of adulting that people possess, and I have seen. Now, let me go back to the topic of the LGBT and all the other letters and numbers behind the fucking shit.
Well,
right?
why are they all put together under the same umbrella?
I don't know. I
Marxisms
will
love
not
bundles.
even take. I will not even take an educated or uneducated.
Why are
guess at that one.
you, as Spin City News, it looks like you got some white skin characteristics. Okay,
well,
so then
I'm
why are
olive.
you not under that umbrella?
Yeah.
Why are you not under that circus tent? Why are you not attending that event?
Because it is not my
Because heterosexual cisgendered white man is not under the umbrella of the LGBT, whatever it expands to be.
Right. Well,
And why
I
why
want
are
to say
lesbians
this.
before bisexuals before gay? And
Because
why are the letters in those order? I mean, there's
you
so
let the
much to learn.
ladies drink free. No one wants to come to your shitty club unless there's hot girls in there, and that's why they started it with lesbians.
Oh,
Lesbians
Lord.
are sexy and sapphic, and everybody likes that.
And then they needed the gays there because no one wants to sit in a pool hall all day. So they needed it to look good and have music and disco balls. And that's why the gay men showed up to make it groovy. And the bis were there and they're like, you're cute, you're cute. And bisexuality even is bi, which means two. So it's like, I like girls and I like boys. So everything else after it kind of takes away the fact that bisexuality is there. And identity is not sexuality. And so
No, you're
everything
right.
else has nothing to do with anything previous to it. It's kind of it's like it
Well,
has to
I
keep
want to
adding
be
letters
very
though,
clear.
because once your rights are equal, once gay marriage is there, then they can't just keep fleecing everyone and be the victim for eternity.
Well, I want
Unless
to
they
be
keep
very
adding
clear.
letters
I
to
do
get to
not have
P.
any problem with anybody or what anybody does behind closed doors. I don't. I have gay friends. I do.
Two of them?
More than that, unfortunately. I have no problems with homosexual, lesbians, whatever you want to call them, right? I don't. I just do not want to see it. I don't need to see it. I don't want my children, or I don't want my grandchildren now, to have that stuff thrown in their face more than it really is, because they all have TikToks, they all have Facebook, they all have all these socially engineered, and that's because that's what it is. Let's call it for what it really
Yeah,
is.
Uncle Ted wrote about socialization in his writings.
Yes. So all these socially engineered platforms and algorithms
Mhm.
to point you into what you feel you're interested in at the time. I'm sure we could all concede to know that to be true, right? So I go back to where I said it's the good buddy system. If my best friend is homosexual, well, you know what? Maybe I should try that. Maybe I should like that because they like it. That's the social engineering part of it. Now, I might try it and I might hate it, but I'm still going to do it because my best friend can do it. And I want to be a part of that circle. And that's where I'm going with that point.
And that's why I was explaining that your affinities and the things that you repulse by are the reasons why
repulsed.
certain groups put on a makeup, they change their hair color, they look like punk or demonic or evil to scare you. It's a polarization. And if they're pushing against conservatism, will there always be some sort of rebellion? We have a mainstream. We have
resistance is futile. I said it earlier.
Right.
Resistance is futile. I mean, but am I? Would I judge Cheney for what she does behind the bedroom door? No, it's not my place to judge.
You'd be so impressed.
Listen,
gold medal. I'd be at the top, like with a fist up.
Mm-hmm.
We are the champions.
And you got the little mustache. Like I'd even change your heart, like the Olympic Games.
Cheney, I would.
This is not just for me. This is for all lesbians.
I fucking have no words for that right at the moment.
You thought you loved women before, but now you
yeah, you would be like, okay.
A big fan of women.
You know, I mean,
scissoring isn't involved, you guys. You'd go back and be like, you guys, I have to tell you, scissoring isn't doing a thing.
Whatever you
get authenticity.
whatever calisthenics, gymnastics, or pro athlete sports you do behind closed doors, okay,
Now you're stretching
fine.
it. Now you're stretching it.
Hey, I had to give the whole gamut for a second, right?
Yeah.
You know, whatever you do behind closed doors is none of my business. I mean, if it, oh God.
You know what though? I'm not. It's kind of like this is the
I'm
one
not.
thing I also say about lesbians, which is so true. It's like you're not ruining the car.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I get it. I mean, if you want, if you are behind
Like
closed
even in
doors,
God's eyes, like I know a lot of lesbians that are gold star. So are they virgins? Like,
Yeah, but then the down part to that is I've seen I worked in a sex toy store when I was like fucking 18. I've seen some of the things those girls come in and get. The fucking tread is worn clean off them tires, whether they're a virgin or not.
that's some of them, but I feel like a lot of it's the same girls that are just like making out with a girl drunk in college. A lot of times it's because a boy's watching. So a lot of that stuff,
100%.
even the absurdity of perversion, that's because a boy's watching a lot of the times with those lesbians.
This is part of why I say that if dudes want girls to start acting better, they need to stop watching porn. They need to start showing more appreciation. Like if you're like Julie Andrews in Sound of Music, oh my God, she's so hot. She's so pure and she takes care of kids and she does all these good things because women want to be wanted. When you're showing them what you want, it's some chick doing ass to mouth or something in a freaking video, they try to match that because they wish to be desired. If you start showing them, hey, I don't find that cool, that's pretty fucking gross, get the fuck away from me. And then you start showing them, I do admire these wholesome, good women, then them women will start becoming wholesome and good again.
I agree with that. I mean, listen, if you want behind closed doors, if you want the girl or the guy to be like Old Faithful, okay, that's fine. Trust me, it's whatever you want. But I just don't want it shoved in my face, not literally. Get it? I just I want you to want me.
I want you to want me.
It's a fact. Women want to be wanted. They want to be the object of desire. And so
Yeah,
if you've
but I
told
think that's skewed a little bit.
if you've made that if in your eyes the object of desire is that skeezy fucking porn chick, this chick's like, well, I want to be the one he desires.
Well, in some ways, I think that I think that's skewed, and this is how. There are people that I know personally that don't want to be wanted, and maybe it's childhood trauma, maybe it's just
That what that is that's fake spin. That is fake.
Well,
that is fear of rejection causing them to
well, that's
reject
what I was going to say. That is
before
fear of
they're
rejection. Yes.
rejected. So if you
Yes.
say I don't want that, you can never be rejected.
Okay, I agree with that.
I know a couple of people in their older years that they're cozy being by themselves.
Sure.
Like
sure.
ladies and
Eventually when
men,
you get
like
older.
in their older
absolutely.
years, like, but also I know at least half of them have had a love of their life at some point that passed away or they split up or whatever, but they feel content with that part of life. Like they feel like they filled it for whatever reason. Where at first I didn't understand it, but later on I was like, okay, I think the hermetic thing does hit some people where they get this sense of
Janie,
like
can I ask you?
coziness and
Can
their
I ask you a
loneliness.
personal question?
Sure.
Can I ask you a personal question? In your life, have you ever had that love of your life?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've
So
been with my wife like almost 20 years.
I have been with mine for over well now over 32 and a half, right?
Congratulations.
Thank you. And we still have the same desire as we did 32 and a half years ago. That flame or that spark has not died. I will say, as we're getting fucking older, that flame on that lighter, you got to turn it down just a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
You can't hurt yourself.
No. Well, I mean, you can't hurt me much more than I already am, but that's beside the point. That's a conversation for another day. Shut up, Ben. Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
Well, the fact is no matter who you are, you get a certain age, your testosterone starts fucking.
I'm not even talking about. I'm not even talking.
No,
about
that is. If you
That's
had
for
enough,
ladies
if
and
you had
men.
enough fucking testosterone, I don't give a shit if you're in a body cast. You're like, my dick is still there, lady. Touch that fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like you hit in them late 30s, that testosterone starts going.
I mean, I can't say that it's
Jesus Christ, my fucking ex-wife, and I was only 19. I got put in the hospital because I got hit with a baseball bat and it broke my bottom 2 ribs off, punched them clean into my kidney. I was pissing blood. Fucking, they thought they were gonna have to take out my kidney. 2 days later, the wife's in the hospital room with me. There's nobody around. Like, hey, your friend here needs attention. Hey, didn't give a shit how hurt you are. Fucking at 50, you're like, I didn't take a nap yesterday, and this I got up early today. No, I'm just gonna go to sleep. That's
it's not. I mean, I have heard people well into their 90s are still having fun, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
they
you still have it.
Be
It's
watching
just not.
They might be watching the fucking Weather Channel and can't remember 5 minutes prior, but I mean, hey, that just shows your age.
You
right?
definitely still have it, but if you're fucking telling me that you have the same sex drive at fucking 40 that you did at 20, you're just a flat
Hell
liar.
No, but okay, so my point is it the low T or low E, or is it importance?
It's the first two, because it's that hormone that made it ever so. Dude, do you remember when you first got fucking testosterone? Jesus Christ, a surge of testosterone made it so you literally couldn't think. A cute girl would walk in front of you and you would punch your best friend for no fucking reason, hoping that girl just saw you overpower your friend. Like, and now you two are brawling and you don't even know why. And as soon as that girl's out of sight, you two are both like, well, why are we even fighting? Like,
why are we fighting? Why aren't we fucking? That's basically the way it is.
And by the time you get older, that them hormones fall off. It's shocking how many things that we do that and I'm not saying that you don't always have the desire, you just lose that urgency. That I just got laid 20 minutes ago and I'm ready again. Like,
I don't I do not disagree with that analogy.
Or you're like, oh my gosh, who cares about sleep tonight? And then now you're like, girl, I got to get up in like 8 hours. You need like, before you'd be like, who cares? I'll be late for work. Like you haven't slept in a whole day.
Like, you know what? I'm just going to try and rub the skin right off my dick inside of you. Just going to try and fucking rub that thing raw. I'll just go right to work from having sex. I'm not even going to fucking bother.
Well, it goes to show you of importance level and your hormone level plummeting as you get old, right?
Like look at all these cops and shit that get in trouble for testosterone replacements and all that. And they're always in trouble for fucking going out and just doing crazy shit, like having sex with fucking different people they're arresting and cheating all over the place.
Oh yeah.
It's literally because they're jacked up on fake testosterone.
That the little blue pill. I don't know. I guess it just my brain stopped hurting when I came in here, by the way. It took about 15 or 20 minutes, but my brain had to slow down.
That's what you get for spending all day fucking arguing with liberals.
Oh God, I do it every fucking day. All day.
Did you literally go from a fucking transgender debate to a fucking birthright citizen debate? And
no, sir. Let me tell you how my day went. Let me tell you how my day went. I went from 2 hours. I forget what is, Ben, you can go in and look, but 2 hours and something of leftist bullshit protests. Took a 10-minute break while I ate my pizza. Had to do a transgender debate. On my panel, so I was moderating. Then raided Sarah and went straight into what was the last one? I can't even look. It's fucking 4:30 in the morning here. To the birthright citizenship. So I've been arguing literally almost 10 hours with these people. 10 hours.
Why you want to do that to yourself?
I could give you many reasons.
Getting those hits of dopamine, is it a brain chemistry?
Because you're masochistic.
Yes. Yeah.
You're 50 Shades of Grey aliens.
Oh yeah.
I'm 50 shades of content. Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. No. You know, I want to understand. I truthfully want to understand their ideology. There's only so many fucking videos that you can watch and not have questions yourself. Oh God. Yeah. There you go. There it is.
Spin's the one that's laying down. He's the masochist.
Yes. Yeah, because me on my knees isn't going to happen. Hasn't happened since 2013.
That's valid. That's valid.
I'm just saying. Okay, me on my knees without somebody holding me there. How's that? Which I'm sure there are things that you can buy that can do that as well. Anyway.
Yeah, they don't understand their own ideologies is the problem.
Well,
but
and that's
I honestly, but the thing that differentiates actually most of us here and you though, sir, is we also don't understand the wild ideology on the right. The right is equally as confused.
I'm going to say this. The reason why I do it to myself is sometimes I need reaffirmation to why I believe the things that I do on a daily basis. On a daily basis. Because,
I mean, I agree they're crazy, but I don't understand. It's very interesting because you don't do the same thing to your side, even though you don't actually hold most of the positions the hard right does. The only position, as far as I can tell, that you actually hold that matches the hard right is that the danger hairs and shit like that are absolutely crazy, which they are, for sure.
Absolutely.
A new guest entered the studio. What the fuck?
What the hell was that?
Just
it literally said a new guest, and then that was, I've never seen that.
You know, I just they're changing StreamYard again. I got a email Ben. You might check your email.
Oh, for fuck's sake. They need to stop
I got
adding
an
new
email.
shit and fix the original shit that's having problems is what they fucking need to do.
Well, this has been our
Yeah.
argument: is progress goes too far. It's new features for the sake of new features. You know, you need to
Well, the feature
conserve
now.
what works, hold frame as a father figure, being a
Hey,
masculine
Ted.
figure, hold frame for reality, and then people can come to you during a storm because you're holding firm.
Well, the new feature is there something about they're adding other stuff up in the widgets, and on the bottom now on the actual stream, you never used to be able to arrange things. You can on the bottom of the StreamYard, like move, say, Cheney to the other side of me before you bring us up in the in the show.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I can
Yeah.
drag to reorder the cards. Okay, I see that.
Yeah.
Last email I got from anybody was getting I got dinged for yesterday's shows for you playing music.
Well, you know how to take care of that, right?
No, yeah, I just take the video down.
No, you can go into the side of it where it says copyright. I think you either right click it or you left click it, and you can delete
that segment
or
edit it out.
Yeah, you don't have to take them down.
I always preface that on my show, like, hey, I'm about to play something. It might get taken down later. So if you see this later and we're talking about it and then it's just us talking again, it's because I had to delete it out on YouTube. But what I realized is if I bring the chat up to the side and then we're also here, I can play whatever I want, and I didn't get in trouble for anything I pulled up last show. I didn't get one copyright infringement, not one thing, because all of a sudden now with the chat going, we were all talking about it. So it became commentary instead of us showing it. It was like
So basically, Cheney, I should just up on the top of StreamYard, I should put the comments in the chat.
Yeah, you know
Or
how
up on the
sometimes you can
screen.
turn them on? Like if you're about to show something, I wonder if it helped because it's the only thing different. And usually I get if I have a little bit of music somewhere, but we even had a friend come on and sing happy birthday with music of a real song in the background that I thought the song in the background, because I've tried to show clips of like DJT or Dana White at an event saying something, but Michael Jackson's in the background and I've gotten in trouble for it. So I'm like, oh, but if you pull up and we're talking about it, I think we're allowed to get away with it a little bit. So commentary.
Yeah. Well, and that's why, like, from now on, if I'm showing like a protest thing, or I'm showing something that could get TOS'd or whatever, I always have a panel. I always have somebody, or maybe 3 or 4 of us up there talking about it, and the sound of it, I don't even turn the sound on. All I'm doing is showing the actual VOD or video. That's all I'm doing. And yeah, every once in a while when a fight breaks out or something, I may, unmute it. I mean, it's just a switch on my Stream Deck to unmute it, right? And I can hear it. And then whenever that's over and the debauchery is over, I mute the shit again. I mean, but I don't know if I would take I don't know, me personally, to put like a music video up and just let it play.
Pop-up video.
Pop-up video.
I know you can get away with that on X, but I don't think you can get away with it on YouTube. Even for your private audience, I got in trouble for watching an old ass movie with my audience. And I thought it was small enough.
YouTube. You can do it on X, Rumble, and Pilled.
Okay.
I don't know. Can you get away with it on Facebook?
I don't know. I don't stream there.
Ted, do you know?
There's DMCA laws. YouTube has sponsorships. They're the biggest platform, so they have to recognize and enforce that. Smaller audiences on smaller sites, will have to manually receive takedown requests from the copyright holders.
Oh, sure.
YouTube is making the middle ground where it's appeasing creators, but it's also recognizing that copyright owners and intellectual property people have to figure out a quick system, because there's so much streaming content, and it has to be automated in some ways. But putting over banners, putting over the chat, so it's not just the video. So you have to then pause the video and then talk about it. But you can't just like watch an entire movie and just be like,
Right.
"Oh, here's the movie."
Well,
unless it's an abandoned thing. But if it's like a Sony property, no, any anime, no, any wrestling stuff,
you're gonna get it.
No.
Like Ben knows what I do professionally, because I just don't sit here and stream all fucking day. Which, well, technically I do, but I actually get paid for it in my professional life, right? And there are times like when the presidential march, as I will call it, we get copyrighted a little bit on that as well. But then we have to go and say it's free and fair use and blah, 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 yada, 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 whatever. Okay. And then we just do it again. But, you know, the two organizations or companies that I do work for, they've got over 5 million subscribers too. So they are going to be very lackadaisical in taking something down too. That's all I'm saying. So, and they've got more money than I will ever have in my life. Even with my salaries, they don't care. But it just goes to show you, to the small content creator, to the Reuters and AP and Fox News creators, there's what do you call it?
A discrepancy.
There's discrepancies and bias. How's that?
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no denying that, because there's bigger shows that can get away with saying certain things and they don't get taken down and get struck, but we sure as hell do.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, there's shows that'll play like 15 minutes of somebody else's podcast, just clean cut in the middle of their show with no kind of watermark on it, and it's just like, oh, this is just a new format. It's just taking people's stuff, and as long as you put the right things in front of it and pause it, talk over it, it's fine.
Right. Well, I mean, I have some very influential people that I know, and they have given me a lot of pro tips, right? You can actually play a Fox News clip as long as your face is on it.
Music seems to be their the one that they're going to nail you first for. So if there's music playing, that's going to trigger that shit immediately.
It triggers the algorithm.
Yeah.
It's not somebody is sitting there watching every stream on YouTube, because I can't say it's not possible, but I can't say it's impossible. Right.
Well, and they're crazy about it, because like there's a band called Danheim, and I have a personal letter from Danheim allotting me the ability to use their music. YouTube don't give a fuck. They're like, oh, we heard music, you're struck. And Steve, Steve's brother-in-law or something, he used one of that guy's songs. He's fucking, and he's like, he's not even with the record company. They still struck us.
Really?
Oh yeah. YouTube's wild with it.
And everything uploaded on YouTube now, I think there's another switch that you can hit. And so on your channel, like the robots memorize it, and then they search the algorithm for it, and then they notify you if anybody else has put up your stuff.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yep.
So it's like robots doing all the work now. It's not even
likeness
and-
recognition. It
It-
knows
it-
my
it-
face. It knows
yeah.
my voice.
It's pretty wild too, because they even when you open it up, it even shows you exactly what percentage of their video is nothing but your video. Right here it is. I just got a notice from it. Review videos that may be using your content. So Andrew Dragonfist made a 7-minute and 52-second cutout or whatever. And it says total views 25,000, match 90% of their video matches your video.
Oh, are
what's-
you on that? Are you on that copyright thing,
Yep.
Ben?
Yep.
Content detection. I apologize. Content detection. Oh my God, I've got like if I shared my screen, you're gonna be like, spin, what the fuck?
But yeah,
I don't have any removal requests, which is pretty fucking good.
yeah, I don't either. But like it every time somebody does something like that, it sends a little notice to me.
Yeah.
Which obviously Dragon Fist was on the same show as I was, and I like Andrew, it's not a problem. Yeah, Dragon Fist was on that panel, so that was his information to it was his also to take. So it's not like it was some kind of a problem. It just sends me a notice, and it's just interesting to look at.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it cuts the section of him where he had a one-on-one. That's not counted toward where he's with me or whatever.
Do you remember the other day, the one that I did with the protest outside the ICE facility in Newark, Ben? Were you on that panel?
I think so.
I got that was yesterday. Well, yes, not yesterday, day before. In less than 12 hours, it got 8,363 views, organic views.
Yeah, if you hit the right topic, you get a lot of pass through.
And the panel I just did on the vertical, and we ended that an hour or two ago. It already has 1,553 vertical views. Ever since I started doing the vertical,
the vertical helps with the pass through.
Yeah, I've gained. I have gained 55 subs in the last 7 days, which is good, right?
No, that's real good. That's real good.
And I can't say, Mr. Balderson, you helped me. You've been helping me out with that too. And did you ever notice, Ben? I'm very selective what I stream now. Have you ever noticed that?
That's good.
I am very selective now. Whether it's to both of ours or to all of ours, whatever, I'm very choosy. And Ben, you've been gaining subs, it looked like to me. Right?
Yep. I've been pretty steady gaining subs for about 5 months now, I think.
Really? Yeah. Hopefully I've been helping you out a little bit, Ben.
It's hard to say, but I would assume at least some. Although I think Yeah, if you look, the my Richter scale of a sub count,
Yeah.
it's a whole lot more on the here's the 0 clear down here. So it's
Oh, okay. Yep.
even when it's fucking with me, it's still I'm gaining a lot more than I'm losing.
Good. Good. I mean, that's the whole point. Us being content creators, I have always said I would always help anybody if I could, because we are a niche community, right? Not what I'm saying is not everybody's out there going live on YouTube and getting thousands of subs,
Yeah.
And we all should help everybody else. Everybody else out. I don't care if it's, hey, I'm not monetized. Hey, can you help me out or something? I'm just using it as an example, right? And I found too, Ben and TEDS and Cheney. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not. People are not going to use the Cash App. They're not going to really use the Venmo. They're
No,
really
not too much. Very,
They're
very
really
rarely.
not.
Very
Right.
rarely.
They want to be able to.
They want it to come up on the screen. They
Yep.
want it to YouTube. They're already tied to their YouTube. That's
Yep.
how they're gonna do it. And you're gonna get the occasional person that does the Cash App, but
Yep.
99% of it is gonna be only come if you have the YouTube
Yeah.
super chats turned on.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And hey, I don't get me wrong. I've had people do the YouTube, or not the YouTube, the Venmo and the Cash Apps and stuff like that, but it's far and few between.
Yeah.
Because there are people out there that, hey, they don't want to put their credit card or their debit card or bank account or whatever the ways it is. They don't want to put that on YouTube. They don't want to put that on social
You've
media.
got to be getting close to your hours, don't you?
Right now it jumped up significantly. What did I say it was? Was it at the other day?
15. Yeah.
1,400 and something. I'm now, as of the rollover, 1,842.
That's pretty good. That watch hours is the hard one to get. That's that's the hardest by far.
I say to everybody, like my friends, hey, can you throw up a couple of my videos and just mute them?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And that does work. That does
roll
work.
it in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, just roll it in the background. It's not hurting you, right? But anyway,
my watch hours are good. I just had to look it up. I'm like, oh.
How many watch hours do you have, Cheney?
4,000 in this, whatever this term is, whatever this since.
Oh, right.
Whenever.
Right. So you should be golden then, right?
Oh, yeah.
Are you monetized?
Oh,
you already.
Yeah, my audience is sweet. They're nice. But yeah, I don't even know. They send me stuff sometimes or send super stickers or things like that. Yeah.
I found too, if somebody sends you and you're doing an hour stream or something, if you get a $20, yeah, YouTube takes their 30%, okay? Or whatever it is, right? You're not only getting that $20 super. If you're monetized, yeah, it might be $8 a month that you're getting, but you're really getting $28. If that makes any sense.
No, it didn't.
Okay. Would you rather work for $10 an hour or $20 an hour?
Well, $20 an hour, obviously.
Right. So without doing the math off the top of my head, what is 30% off of 20?
$6.
Okay, so I would rather make $14 an hour than no dollars an hour. That's where I'm at. Or
Well, yeah,
that's
you're making some things better than nothing. There's no two ways about that.
Sure, absolutely. And you know what though? I know why Sarah does the things she does, and I don't want to talk about her because she's not here. But I know why she does what she does, and I understand exactly what she does. What's that say? Oh, I personally, if I'm going to donate, I like the cash up really good mode because I don't want to give them my money, the YouTubes. That makes sense. I wish a lot of motherfucking people would have that fucking ideology.
Yeah, no, it's you know, even the big guys can't really get, like Lucy is a diamond, and she's a diamond in the sky. Most people, you even watch like whatever podcast. I know that you watch that sometimes.
Yep, I do.
And you can hear Brian cry about, he's like, the brutal percent that YouTube's takes. Can you please donate somewhere else? And that 99% of the people still do it on YouTube, even for somebody like that.
Oh yeah.
I like the comments. They mean just as much to me. Like I like the like Lucy was like, my goofy comments. Like I like just hanging out with my chat and my audience.
You know what?
Yeah, well, we've had our people for years and years now, and they're our friends.
Well, you know, it's funny you said that, Cheney, because today when I was doing the my first 2.5 hours or so of complete brain rot, right? I started looking at the chat and I said, you know, instead of just watching this, and I had, I believe, Toasty and For the Win and a couple other of them up on the panel. I just started reading the comments. And you know what? I read every one of them. I didn't like skip over ones that didn't fit my own narrative, right? And I got a lot of respect for it because I'm the moderator. I have to stay bipartisan, sort of, kinda, right? So I can't be afraid to not read somebody's tyrannical bullshit. Now, I mean, if it is completely outlandish, my moderators are gonna just zip it. I mean, like I was doing on Ben's stream the one night. Where were we?
I don't remember, but that's the downside to the vertical. The vertical gets you a lot of drive-through views.
Yep.
It also is the worst fucking comments.
Oh my god, Cheney! They would come up, and as they were coming up, it was block, timeout. My hand got tired because it was just stuff that could get somebody zipped. And believe it or not, I have heard where comments are getting people zipped and struck.
100%. They watch your chat. That's part of why in the Nightbot they have things where you can cut out different words and whatnot ahead of time.
Sure. Well, I have that. I have a list of 12,000 variations that I found on Google Drive, or I'm sorry, it was a YouTube video where all you had to do was copy and paste every one of those words into YouTube, every variation that you could think of, and just hit save. And those were those trigger words, like the most famous one right now, PDF file.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. Every fucking variation, every slur that you could think of alluding to that is in that list. Ben, I'll have to share it with you guys. Ted, if you want it to, I'll
email me the text. I'll read through it.
Yeah, because it's just one of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, because they do. The people come in your chat and say shit,
Oh,
and then
yep.
that gets your show. It won't get it struck, but it gets it taken out of the algorithm.
Oh yeah, yep. And that's why. I'm. Whoa, how'd that happen?
I make it real big so you can see alanmarcus.com. Send me an email.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just gonna say, Ben, can you put that in the Discord or send it to me?
I'll send it to you, but letting other people know.
Letting the world know.
And we take the
Discord,
display
Ted.
names off because it does it'll do clips, and if we do clips and it's got a display name over it, it crops it
yeah.
weird. So
Sure,
having
yeah.
the video with just the faces on it,
Sure.
just looks,
Well,
it
if
looks
you've
better.
got Discord, Ted, just type in @Spin City News.
Oh, I just use email. I have my own server.
Oh, okay.
My own email.
I do not believe that. I do not believe Marcus has.
News at info.spincitynews@gmail.com.
I don't believe Marcus has Discord. Discord is it's very interesting because this new community, the debate community that I've been associating with for a while, they all like Discord. The old community I came from, they all like Telegram.
I have Telegram too, but that is for the other show that I do. That's the only reason I have it, because that's how we communicate and have our meetings, our weekly meetings.
I prefer Telegram over Discord.
Why?
I like every way that it's organized better. Discord, it had its day with me. Like pre-lockdowns, I liked Discord when I would watch a couple of my friends on gaming apps or I was pretty impressed. Those kids that would game at the same time they would host a stream, it was almost like before everyone was podcasting and also producing and providing video on YouTube, those kids were doing it first. And so it was like I was just watching them with a lot of the community I met on Discord and community conspiracy communities, people that organize things really good. But Discord started doing some sketchy shit and deleted a couple of my friends' rooms that put in a lot of work to their room. So I just once I was gone, it was like it's even though I have the app and I'm in probably like 5 rooms, it's just I'm rarely over there.
Part of Aries says Discordian. I never heard. That's a good one. I like that one.
That's the truth of the matter, and people are using it, as Cheney says, when you build on other people's sand and they pull the rug out from underneath you and you didn't build on your own firm foundation on your own property. It's like, oh, party's over.
Party's over.
It's no fun anymore.
Hey,
no reason to build
I had
it over
that
there.
happen to me once. I had it happen to me last year. And, I learned a very valuable fucking lesson. So I just do my own thing. I don't depend on anyone else. And I've come to the realization that you might not like what I say, but if I'm bringing you good content or I'm bringing you good conversation, whatever, like this TED Talks, right? If I'm bringing you good conversation and realism, those subs are going to come. Those people are going to, come back and say, hey, you know what? This guy has got something good to say regardless, right? We might not like him, but it's entertaining, right? And that is how communities are built. I hope that's the way everybody feels, but that's the way I feel. That's my true feelings about it. If Ben doesn't like me, oh well.
Oh well.
Oh well.
You'll probably live.
I'll live. Ben might live, but but yeah. Well, guys, I'm sorry to come in and derail your whole fucking TED Talks after stream. I'm sorry.
You didn't at all. You made it everybody probably people watching probably liked it. We probably all stayed on later because you showed up with energy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
There,
probably.
let me put it this way: it was pent up rage that was turned into energy. And Cheney, I have to say this: I didn't realize you were Cheney. You're talking to me in the chat. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Now I know who Cheney is. I felt like I know this.
Hey man, take all the time you need to make realizations. Just go as slow as you need to go.
Listen, listen, those realizations were so fucking unreal tonight. I needed some real shit.
Yeah.
I forget that part of the world sometimes.
We're close to 8 hours of stream.
Well,
I think that's
at the end of your
job.
realization. Hopefully, you've decided to either hate all people in makeup or give the goth people some leniency, one or the other.
I'll give them leniency. And listen, I can't say it.
You're gonna say subscribe to Benjamin Balderson on YouTube.
Subscribe to Benjamin. Yes, subscribe to Benjamin Balderson. Subscribe to Project Cheney. Please forgive me, I don't know your link. Subscribe to Spin City News and the
Email
TEDS.
thankful@alamarcus.com. Tell me what you're thankful for.
And before you sign out, if you see this episode on my channel, you can check out Ted on Weaving Spiders or on Ben Balderson's channel. And you can sign up for their after show. And if you heart me, I hang out with them a lot of Tuesday nights. And so why not do that?
Project Cheney, I do say I'm sorry. Now I realize who exactly you are, so I will be forthwith. And yes, folks, I have to clear this up. Every once in a while, I show my face on the Benjamin Balderson channel without Benjamin Balderson being there. So don't get upset that Benjamin Balderson is not saying hello. I will do it for him. I'm sure we've run into this problem. But yes, I do stream to him just a little bit. I try to help him out with a little bit of content and a little extra in his pay bucky at the end of the day. But I do ask him every time I do. I'll send him a fucking message. Hey, do you mind if I stream? He's like, shut up, just do it. No,
I was assuming it was. I was like, Ben at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. What?
No.
This.
Well,
okay.
let me explain that for a
Ben was
second.
elbows deep
Veteran?
in
What am
garden.
I judging? I don't know Ben and how he's.
Well, the whole point of that was it was Memorial Day, right? And I don't know if Ben has ever seen the changing of the guard and stuff like that. I didn't know. So I just said, you know what? If he yells at me, oh, well, I can delete the whole fucking thing if he wants. But I was just trying to show, I believe it or not, in March, I saw it for the first time in person, and it was quite impressive how it's done. So I learned something, right? And I wanted to see it again, and just so happens that it was there. But anyway, TEDS, Project Cheney,
Thank
Mr.
you to all the
Balderson.
members who make this happen.
Yep,
Keep us
thank you
awake late on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, listen to my banter. He's never going to post a StreamYard link again.
We love you guys.
Yep,
Yes,
we'll talk to you guys later.
All you Spiders fans, until next time, we live in your mind.
I live rent-free in a lot of people's minds.
Just me and Uncle Ted Talks. Uncle Ted Talks. Ideas worth spreading. Critiquing the direction this entire culture heading. When the mail goes kablooey, I'll be safe in my room streaming Uncle Ted Talks. Got aviators on. World just moves along. Spread like butter. Spread like holiday cheer. Like butt cheeks. Sudden death for an air.
Industrial revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries.
Uncle Ted Talks.
When it was published in 1995, a man stepped forward to identify his brother as the Unabomber.
No way.
Yes way, Ted!
Uncle Ted Talks.
Uncle Ted Talks.